Okay. Well, welcome everyone to the June 2nd City Commission meeting. We're going to have two executive sessions, each 30 minutes in length. So we'll start our regular agenda at 6 o'clock instead of 5:45. But I look for the first motion to recess into executive session.
Recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter, exemption KSA 754319B1. Justification of the executive session is to keep non-elected personnel matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:31 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. We'll be in recess till 5:31.
Hey.
Back from our first executive session, and we actually are going to extend the first executive session for 15 minutes.
Motion to recess into executive session for approximately 15 minutes pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter.
I think you can just do the extension.
Extension 15 minutes.
Is that a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll be back.
I didn't bring the phone.
We are back from our first executive session. We have nothing to report, and unfortunately, we have one more executive session, so just relax, talk amongst yourselves.
Motion to approve a motion to approve a motion to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exemption as set forth in KSA 754319B3. The justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiation matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 6:18 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll be back. Okay, sorry about that. Now, executive sessions, we are back from our second executive session. I have nothing to report. We will start with Sherry giving the rules of the meeting, and then we'll head into our proclamations.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. We're going to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Napoleon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. Commissioner Dever will be joining us but via Zoom, but doesn't look like he's on yet. But we have 3 great proclamations today. Thank you for everyone for being here and waiting for us. And the first proclamation is to proclaim June 2026 as Pride Month. And I think maybe Folly is here? Or who's speaking on behalf? Okay, come on up. If you want to say a few words before I read the proclamation, that'd be great. You can raise that up if you want using the little button. Should be a button right there. Just hold it for a second. There you go.
All right. So, hello, I am Siobhan Kirstein, the Secretary of Lawrence Pride. Thank you, Lawrence City Commission, for the Pride Month proclamation today. As we begin Pride Month, I would like to remind my fellow Lawrencians that our trans siblings are now facing some of the worst transphobia and discriminatory legislation seen in many years. Let us strive to only support Pride celebrations and local organizations that are dedicated to the full equality and safety of our trans community. We at Lawrence Pride appreciate knowing that we can count on the city to be an ally in this fight, helping our community to be an inclusive environment in which all of us can celebrate who we are with joy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those words, and certainly agree with them. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the month of June is designated as LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and it commemorates the Stonewall Rebellion that occurred during the weekend of June 27th through June 29th, 1969 in New York City, New York, that gave birth to the modern lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender civil rights movement. The month of June also marks a time when all those committed to justice and equality celebrate the achievements and service the LGBTQ plus Americans make to our nation. And whereas LGBTQ plus pride is defined as the positive stance against discrimination and violence toward the LGBTQ plus community to promote their self-affirmation, dignity, equality, and rights. And whereas individually and collectively, members of the Lawrence and Douglas County's LGBTQ plus community contribute greatly to our neighborhood revitalization, economic vitality, art, and culture. And whereas Lawrence and Douglas County pride itself on the inclusiveness as one of the first counties in the region to have a domestic partnership registry and protects its residents from discrimination and harassment based on actual or perceived race, color, sex, religion, disability, age, marital status, place of birth, families with children, sexual orientation, or national origin, and we are committed to continued social progress and the cause of human rights. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkelheim, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, along with my fellow city commissioners, do hereby proclaim June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Lawrence and urge all residents to join in ending prejudice everywhere it may exist, respect the rights of all people, and celebrate the diversity and richness of our city and county. Thank you so much. And next, we will proclaim June 5th as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And maybe Anna Allen? Oh, hello.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Milton. I'm a volunteer with the Kansas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. We are a grassroots, volunteer-led organization that seeks to reduce gun violence in the United States through a combination of advocacy, education, and community engagement. I'm here alongside other volunteers from Lawrence and Douglas County to express solidarity with victims and survivors of gun suicides, homicides, and unintentional shootings. Every day in the United States, more than 120 people are killed by a gun. Well over half of these are suicides. In Kansas, our rate is 68%. According to the Annals of Internal Medicine, the presence of a gun in the home triples the risk of death by suicide. Meanwhile, homicides cause more than 40% of gun deaths in America and almost 30% in our state. Unarmed people often get caught in the crossfire, like Hadia Pendleton, the 15-year-old band kid whose 2013 death in Chicago inspired our Wear Orange movement, which we are celebrating this weekend. Even here in Lawrence, altercations that may have begun as routine arguments have escalated into homicides because somebody had a gun. Domestic violence is also a driving force in gun homicide, according to the American Journal of Public Health. A gun in the home increases the risk of murder by an intimate partner by 500%. In Kansas, as in the rest of the United States, guns are now the leading cause of death for children and teens. Each year, more than 2,600 American kids are killed by someone else. For children under 13, these deaths are usually connected to domestic violence or the unsafe storage of firearms by adults in the home. Our group, aims to make our community safer by supporting policies like background checks on all gun sales and red flag laws to keep guns away from people who are a threat to themselves or others. We also support programs like Be Smart, which educates gun-owning adults to keep their weapons unloaded and locked up with ammunition stored separately. But our work begins by supporting victims and survivors and observing National Gun Violence Awareness Day by wearing orange on Saturday, June 6th. We honor them and we dedicate our efforts to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for what you do. I know you guys are active not just on June 5th, but throughout the year. So, whereas every day 127 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 260 Americans are shot and wounded. And whereas Kansas has the 22nd highest rate of gun deaths in the United States with 482 deaths every year. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as we witness an increase in firearm suicides, homicides, and shootings nationally and locally. And whereas in January 2013, 15-year-old Heidi Pendleton was shot and killed, and her classmates chose the color orange to honor her and raise awareness of gun violence. And whereas we will wear orange on June 5th to raise awareness of gun violence and pay tribute to victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to encourage safe, responsible gun ownership, and work to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Brad Fingeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, declares Friday, June 5th to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. We encourage all citizens to value human life and support efforts to end gun violence. Thank you so much. And our third proclamation is to proclaim June 1st through 7th as CSF Leak Awareness Week. And I believe Brooke, say a few words? Come on.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Hello.
Today, I'm honored to accept the first proclamation recognizing Spinal CSF Leak Awareness Week for the City of Lawrence, and I'm grateful to be joined by a fellow CSF leak survivor, Tracy Wilson, and our family and friends. A CSF leak occurs when there is a tear or defect in the dura mater, the protective covering surrounding the brain and spinal cord, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to escape. While once considered rare, spinal CSF leaks are estimated to affect at least 5 in every 100,000 people, though experts believe the true number is much higher due to underdiagnosis. Women, particularly those between the ages of 30 and 50, are disproportionately affected, and individuals with connective tissue disorders such as Ehlers-Danlos syndrome may be at increased risk. The consequences of an unresolved leak can be devastating. Patients may experience disabling headaches, cognitive impairment, vision and hearing changes, severe limitations in daily life, and years of delayed diagnosis. Perhaps most concerning for families in our region is that there are currently no dedicated spinal CSF leak specialty programs in Kansas or Missouri, forcing many patients to travel hundreds or even thousands of miles for expert evaluation and treatment. Today is about more than awareness. It is about recognizing the need for earlier diagnosis, better access to care, continued research, and support for the thousands of patients and families whose lives have been impacted by this condition. Thank you to the mayor and to the commissioners and to the city of Lawrence for recognizing June 1st through 7th as Spinal CSF Leak Awareness Week and for helping bring visibility to a condition that too often remains invisible. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly one that I've learned more about with this proclamation. I hope everyone watching, everyone paying attention, learns a little bit more and supports this cause. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas spinal and cranial cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, leaks are serious, underdiagnosed, and can cause severe pain, debilitation, and life-threatening neurological issues, including subdural hematoma and other complications that may result in coma or death, yet are preventable or treatable when properly identified. Whereas CSF leaks commonly present with positional head and neck pain that worsens upright and improves lying down, along with other neurological symptoms. And whereas CSF leaks result from dural defects that allow CSF to escape, reducing protective fluid around the brain and spine. And whereas causes include medical procedures, spontaneous conditions such as CSF venous fistulas or bone spurs, structural skull-based defects, and traumatic injury. And whereas organizations such as the Spinal CSF Leak Foundation, along with primary care providers, nurses, emergency room physicians, anesthesiologists, and neurologists are vital in advancing best practices in prevention, intervention, and recovery of those affected. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkelstein, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim June 1st through June 7th as CSF Leak Awareness Week in Lawrence and encourage all residents to increase awareness of both spinal and cranial CSF leaks, support timely diagnosis, and promote improved care for those affected. Thank you. And thank you all for being here, and sorry for the delay in getting started, but we'll go on to the consent agenda, but if you want to head on out, that's a good time to do it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
As they're exiting, I'll just read our consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Does any member of the commission like to remove an item from the consent agenda? And there are no quasi-judicial, so I look for a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
So motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Pullian to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. Thank you very much. On the consent agenda. That brings us to city commission reports. This is kind of a new item in our new direction, a new agenda item, and where city commissioners may report on committee or community meetings and provide comments on upcoming meetings, events, accolades, and items on the consent agenda. This is not a public comment item. The best thing for Sherry is we're putting ourselves on the clock. So she can start the clock because I'm going to go first, but I'm going to beat the 3 minutes, as everyone says when they walk up and they say, I can beat the 3 minutes. But, and of course, I'm the only one that can stop myself. So if I go over, Sherry will just glare at me. Okay. Anyway, just a couple things, that I wanted to highlight. One is the consent agenda. There is a whole lot of great activities coming up that we just approved with the School Lawrence events, the Sandbar Block Party, the Balco Block Party. I hope people get involved. It's going to be a great summer. There's just a lot happening, including very excited to have the Super Regionals here this weekend for KU. Great job for the KU baseball team. Great for our hotels and visitors to get Oklahoma to come here this weekend. Obviously, last weekend was great as well, but very excited for KU and hoping they go on to the College World Series. Let's see. I was going to mention, I did meet with our new KU Student Senate rep, Antonique Flemons, I think is how you pronounce her name. I'd say that right. So she's the new rep from KU Student Senate, and so they started that program last year. Excited to have her involved, and she'll be trying to get involved with some items and continue to be involved throughout the school year. So hopefully, I think she's going to reach out to all of us, but glad to have KU Student Senate involved on that. And let's see. Oh, two other things. One, I happened to listen to this podcast, which is called What's Your Problem by Jacob Goldstein, and it's one of my favorite podcasts about new and great things happening. And this week I turned it on, and Brian McClendon was on it. And Brian McClendon was interviewed, and of course he talked about Lawrence and Meadowbrook Apartments being in the front of Google Maps, but he talks about what he's doing now and his research now on mapping. Obviously, we know Brian does great things. We're part of him here in Lawrence, but What's Your Problem is the podcast. He has a great one, and he talks a lot about Lawrence, which is pretty cool in that, beyond what he's doing. And finally, I'd say on a sadder note, but I went to the Celebration of Life for Ron Gacious. Ron served 6 years on our Affordable Housing Committee and represented the chamber and did great work, and he recently passed away. We had his celebration of life, which was he did not want us to be sad. He wanted us to be happy, but wanted to thank him for his service. And anyway, those are my items. Vice Mayor, you want to be next?
Yeah, we are making progress on the Parks and Rec Foundation, so I'm hoping in a couple months to have something to either bring back to the Parks and Rec Board or to staff and to show where we are.
Good.
That's it for me.
Oh, man, you beat the 3 minutes. Okay. I'm looking your way. So, Commissioner Pauline, anything?
Condolences to Ron Gacious' family. I had the benefit of meeting with him last year for the first time, and he was a really cool guy. I want to send out a public apology for the fact that I have not responded to a lot of the emails that I've received recently. I will work diligently to do so. I apologize. I think that's it. Short and sweet.
Okay. Commissioner Sillis.
Yeah, just a few quick updates. Next week, I have CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, so have really dived into that. Katie Fitzgerald with the county has been very helpful in bringing me on board with what the work has been done. I know the mayor served on CJCC last year, and so with the work that they did with the report and strategic plan, glad to be a part of that. Hopefully I may get Katie to participate in our NBC Leo Summer Conference, so just look forward to bringing that local expertise to a larger audience to talk about. We are in the, I say, pre-contemplation phase around the idea of a second chance program with many of our employers. So what would that look like? We have communities that have done second chance program with local employers as a way to reduce recidivism. So that is something that Katie brought to mind to talk about. There was another project that she brought up about bringing court to the people. And so we're kind of in the think tank and imagination stage for that. I do have an EDC meeting coming up, so we'll continue work with that with the consultants, as well as with the report for their fundraising campaign, and just to continue ongoing work that we're doing with the EDC about structure, function, and what that looks like moving forward, and the why for EDC. Last resolution. So I did draft a resolution and provided it to the family of Dr. Quentin Riles. His homegoing was this past Saturday. There was a visitation on Friday. And then the homegoing celebration was Saturday, and so I wasn't able to attend, but I did want to be able to provide words of comfort to the family, and so I did provide a resolution to the family for that. And super excited about KU playing OU in the Super Regionals, only because most of my family graduated from OU, and they disowned me for going to KU, which we'll see. They're not coming up here for the game, but I'm excited for it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now we're going to do something similar with the city manager's report, some highlights from the city managers. Acting City Manager Casey.
I just wanted to make sure Commissioner Dever
Oh, is he on?
online. I don't know if he is or
I
not.
don't think he's online yet. He's
Awesome.
All right. Well, also new to the agenda is the new version of the city manager's report, and I've asked Sherry to help me with a PowerPoint for you all. And Mayor, you kind of stole some of my thunder. My theme is unmistakable summer, and wanted to give you all kind of an update on some of the exciting things that are that we have to look forward to this summer. Sherry, if you want to. Obviously, the biggest event is World Cup, and we are ready to welcome the team from Algeria, along with their fans and fans of soccer from all over the world. Summer also means hot temperatures, so I have some aquatics news to share. Another historic event this year is our nation's semi-quincentennial. I like to get any excuse to use the word semi-quincentennial. And I'm excited to preview our plans to celebrate at Summerfest. And then finally, want to highlight some members of Team Lawrence that have achieved a new certification. So after years of planning, I believe we're just 8 days away from the kickoff for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And we're more than ready to host Team Algeria, thanks to all of the planning from so many of our city team members and our community partners. Here is a picture of some of even the smallest details that we've thought of to help welcome visitors to the community. These are multilingual signs that provide some clearer guidance in our parking garages throughout downtown, and want to recognize Brad Harrell and his folks for helping us get those in place. They were provided by our vendor at no additional cost to the city, but think that they'll do a lot to help folks find their way around. In addition, we're providing logistical support for lots of different community events. Mayor, you mentioned SCORE Lawrence. You can find a whole list of events at scorelawrence.com and find a way for you and your family and friends to get engaged in soccer. Our kickoff event is going to be Friday, June 12th. It's ahead of the USA versus Paraguay match, which is going to be, and the kickoff event is from 5 to 8 at 11th and Massachusetts Street. So as I mentioned, we're ready to help folks cool off at our Outdoor Aquatic Center, which is now open. I wanted to recognize that the opening was delayed a few days due to some of the first phase of renovation work at the pool, but we're now open and plan to be so through August 23rd. Our splash pads are also all operating daily from 12 to 8. We have heard from the community that longer hours are desired, and our team is desiring to bring that to you. They're working hard to train and hire some additional seasonal staff to help keep the water clean and those splash pads running safely throughout the day. In other aquatic news, we're looking forward to hosting several adults-only swim nights this summer. We're going to do one different event each month for adults 18 and older. They'll feature a unique theme with music and snacks and beverages. Naturally, our first theme is Soccer Splash, and it will be Thursday, June 11th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. So encourage all of those 18 and plus year old folks to enjoy the pool. Summerfest will be held on Saturday this year, July 4th, at the Douglas County Fairgrounds from 4 to 10 p.m. This year's celebration honors America's 250th anniversary, so we plan to have a celebration that's bigger and better than before. We will have live music performances again, some interactive activities, roaming entertainers, local food vendors, and an even bigger drone show this year. We'll be featuring 400 drones, which is double the amount of drones we had in last year's show, so I know that drones aren't everyone's cup of tea. I, for one, love the drones, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what 400 drones look like. Also this year, guests are going to be encouraged to explore the Douglas County, Kansas Public Servants Past and Present Tribute Gallery. This is a collaborative project from the Watkins Museum, the Dole Institute, the city, and the county, and it will recognize public service folks from Douglas County. So military service members, but also first responders, public school teachers, city and county government employees, and elected officials, university staff and faculty, and others who have lived or worked in Douglas County over our country's history. Just one last note, Summerfest is free and open to all, so hopefully we'll see all of the community there. And then finally, I wanted to highlight and congratulate some members of Team Lawrence who have achieved certification as project management professionals. This group of folks listed here completed a very intensive 10-week program and had to pass a rigorous exam in order to earn the certification. As you all know, one of our commitments under our strategic plan is to efficient and effective processes. Professional project managers like these folks help build consistent project management practices across our organization, which increases our efficiencies, controls our costs, mitigates risks, and all of that makes our operations more effective. Another commitment under that strategic plan is to engage and empowered teams. And this certification is a great example of how we as an organization invest in and cultivate service to community, individual growth, team development, and an innovative organization. So congratulations to this cohort of folks on this achievement. So that is the end of this report. Thanks for some time to highlight some of the fun and exciting things we have going on. I do want to be sure to recognize all of the planning and hard work from all of the members of Team Lawrence that has gone into planning these events, will go into hosting the events, and will come in to play cleaning up after some of these events. So I hope this is what you all were looking for in terms of this update from the city manager's report, and if not, let me know, and we'll try a different style next week.
No, appreciate it, and appreciate the updates, and it's, like I said, it's going to be a great summer. Appreciate that, so we'll move on now to our regular agenda. Regular agenda item 1 is to receive a presentation providing an update on the Lawrence Affordable Housing Study. And it looks like it's here.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Danny Walters, and I'm with the Planning and Development Services Department. We are very excited to bring you this evening the first snapshot of what I would call the long-awaited housing study. Tonight you'll hear from our friends at Development Strategies, who will be joining us virtually, and they're going to take us through a short presentation on the analysis that they've done, the public engagement that they've done. There are 5 goal areas that kind of rose to the top of the challenges we were facing, and then a taste of the objectives that they have been busy developing those strategies around. So we started this process in the fall of last year, and we knew for quite a while there was a need for a study. We knew we really wanted to update the 2018 study. Once the pandemic came through, we knew that we really needed to look and see what the pandemic did in terms of the impact on our housing market. So we did struggle for a spell to find some funding for this. So we were able to utilize CDBG CARES funds, though. So when you see the final report, you're going to see some tie-ins, not only to the pandemic, but also how can we leverage our federal dollars with some of these strategies that are going to be coming forward. We also really wanted a study that gave us strategies. So the last study was great. It told us a lot of good information, but nothing about how do we move all of this forward. So that was one of the main initiatives we wanted to see with this. So the final report, this is kind of a timeline of what you're going to be getting. So the final report for the housing study will be made available on June 26th. So kind of as I mentioned, tonight's like an appetizer, and then you're going to get the entree on the 26th. And then we will be back in front of you on the 21st to look at possible adoption of the strategies that we didn't want to drop a report on you and then ask you to adopt something that night. So we thought that this timeline would give not only the commission but the community a good chance to really take in what the information is. So before I hand it over to our consultants who are online, I did just want to mention also that the affordable housing incentive policy is going to be back in front of you at your next meeting. So between that, the final report, and the strategy discussion, we're going to have all the housing discussions that we need. So a lot of meaningful conversations. So we're joined tonight online by Jenny Connolly Bowen and Justin Carney with Development Strategies. They're going to be here in person on the 21st to go through the strategies and the adoption of those. So our team is all here too if there's any questions, but I will turn it over to our consultants then. Looks like Sherry's got them all queued up. So thank you.
To be clear, we're talking July 21st, right?
July 21st.
Okay,
Yeah.
check.
Yep, sorry.
Just want to be sure. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Justin Carney. I'm a principal with Development Strategies. Joining me is Jenny Conley Bowen. She's a senior associate and the project manager for our study. Really appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your meeting tonight. I loved the way that Danny presented that. This is a morsel of all of the work that we've done over the last several months. This is definitely an appetizer kind of designed to show you what we've been working on and to what your appetite for the housing study that is forthcoming. So I'm going to share screen here. I've got a presentation, should take us about 10-12 minutes. Let me expand this view so I can still see you all. Excellent. Yeah, so it's going to take about 10-12 minutes. We're going to just kind of get through things. You know, I think, as you all know, you've been studying this, you've been taking actions on housing over a number of years, but there's a growing body of evidence, national research that says that housing, safe, quality, attainable housing really impacts the long-term outcomes for personal, family, household, and community outcomes, touching economics, touching education, touching, personal wealth, as well as public health and aging in place. So we know, you know, how important housing is to the community. There are also a lot of forces that are impacting housing in Lawrence and across the country. The city has, greater or lesser influence on addressing those forces. And so, while we're looking at all of the different dynamics that come to play in delivering safe quality housing, we're really focusing this study on, those areas of influence that the city has the most influence on to try and, move the needle on addressing housing challenges in the community. Let's see here. So what are we doing today? Real quick, as I said, an appetizer of the housing study. We're going to talk a little bit about the themes that have been emerging from our data analysis, the themes that have been emerging from the community engagement that we've done, and then, as Danny said, kind of the strategic framework that is emerging as we synthesize all of this information into an actionable plan for you all. So we're going to dive right into the data. These are some of the themes that are emerging from the data analysis. I'm just going to highlight a few of these. The first one I want to elevate is that the issues that you are facing, the issues that a lot of communities are facing across the nation are structural. They are not temporary, meaning that it's going to take not only a lot of effort from the city, but alignment with partners to actually move the needle. Another theme is that the market alone will not deliver, will not meet all of the housing challenges, will not meet all of the housing needs. That presents its own challenge. If the market were able to just jump in and produce housing of all types and all affordability ranges, we wouldn't even be here talking. And then the final theme I want to elevate, from the data is that preservation of the existing housing stock, preservation of affordable housing is just as important as production of new housing for Lawrence to maintain affordability in the long term. So I'm going to quickly, I'm not even going to go really into, except for a couple of different data points, really go into too much detail, but I want to give you a flavor of the kind of analysis that we're looking at. And when, when we think about the demand, this is the people side of it. This is the people demanding housing. What are we talking about? Population shifts. Population growth and decline in certain areas. We're talking about changing household dynamics. We're thinking about university enrollment and what that does to bringing students as well as staff and professors into the community and what they need for housing. We're looking at all of this data from a geographic standpoint. We're mapping this data across the city. We're understanding geographic patterns for a lot of the data trends in a way that allows us to see, are there areas experiencing particular challenges that we might want to target and zero in on as we're thinking about strategies. And then from the demand side, we're also thinking about income dynamics, right? Income drives a household's ability to afford housing. And so understanding how that has changed over the last 5 years since the pandemic, how that potentially changes going forward really impacts long-term affordability. Another data element or perspective that we're looking at is the supply side. This is the housing stock side, looking at housing permits, housing deliveries, seeing a decline in those deliveries and that permitting over several years recently. We're looking at market dynamics. We're thinking about price and rent increases and home value and price increases. And again, geographically, mapping this data, looking at land availability, where is new housing possible, where are development and growth opportunities within the city, and how might that impact delivery. So that's supply and demand. Obviously, this is an affordable housing study, so we're looking at, very, very concertedly at housing affordability, and some of the elements there, income disparities. I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second. We're diving into really understanding what it means for household attainability and housing attainability for renters and homeowners. What are they able to afford? What does that mean from the housing that exists and the new housing that's coming on the market, and how are households reacting to those changes in market dynamics? And then I mentioned sort of the long-term outlook. We're thinking about this from an economic development perspective as well, thinking about where are projected job growth and income growth and what that might mean for affordability in the long term. So again, just a real high level supply, demand, affordability. I do want to touch on just a couple of specific data points that kind of really, I think, illustrate the the structural nature of the data and the housing issues that we're looking at. And so I picked up just sort of two key elements. This first one is wage growth versus in relation to home prices. We indexed home prices and income, and wages to 2020, and then analyzed the growth. And in the last 4 to 5 years, we have seen home values more than double the increase in wages over that time. Clearly, a fundamental piece of a household's ability to afford housing. And then we're thinking about projecting demand, thinking about, projecting what does the population outlook, if we use a kind of a historical growth rate, what might the population growth over the next 10 years look like for Lawrence and what that means for housing demand. So you can see here, about 6,300 units of demand over a 10-year period. So, about 630 every year. That's a lot when you look at the deliveries and the permitting that has happened over the last 5 years or so. Another element from this to break out is you can see there's for sale and rental components to this demand, but there's also income components. And I want to highlight the 3,400 units of demand for households that are making 80% or less of the area median income. That cutoff point, that 80% or less area median income, is really that income range where the housing market, the for sale private housing market, is not going to deliver units that are affordable to this group of households. And so you can see more than half of the units that are projected demand are in that more affordable range. And so just a couple of key points to kind of highlight there. Thinking about engagement by the numbers, we had 10 roundtable stakeholder discussions. We talked to developers and brokers, landlords. We talked to neighborhood association leadership. Talked to people that had home vouchers and were in stable housing because they had vouchers. We talked to people that were transitioning from homelessness into stable housing. We had a community survey where we had over 1,200 responses. We had a series of meetings with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. So a lot of input has been gathered. We've got a lot of themes that are echoing a lot of the data analysis that we were getting and the themes from the data. Again, just sort of elevating a couple of these. People expressing that rising costs are outpacing their incomes. There's a real perception and a reality of a housing shortage for a lot of households, and this is across all types of housing, all types of housing, from single family to what we call missing middle to apartments, and then in those affordability ranges, all up and down the affordability spectrum. The survey that we did elevated and really expanded on a lot of the themes that we had from the roundtables. Again, more housing, people wanting more housing options, a variety of price points that are not currently available. This is where we had a lot of community input around preservation and maintenance. And so, that's where that theme really emerged, was out of the survey. So, a lot of data that we just scratched the surface on, a lot of themes and input that we had from community engagement. So what did we do with it all? Well, we've been working with the staff. We worked with the AHAB to really sort of help them and help us understand how can we package this and understand it in a very coherent way to kind of lead the city towards tangible actions that you can take. So we've got 5 goals. We've got a number of outcomes under each one of these, and about 50, I think actually even more than 50 strategies under these. I promise you I'm not going to go into all of this detail now. That's what Danny was saying. You'll get the report in a few weeks. We'll be back next month to talk about it in detail, but I wanted to give you just a quick highlight. Unsticking the market, goal number 1. This is about production. This is about getting new units into the market and what the city can do to help reduce barriers and reduce friction to delivering those units. Goal number 2, making housing more accessible. Here, accessibility truly is physical accessibility. If you've heard the term accessibility, visitability, universal design, these are looking at strategies to help people of all ages and abilities stay in their homes and their community longer. Goal number 3, improving housing conditions. This is simply the maintenance, the renovation and rehabilitation side of the equation. Again, really emphasizing that this is just as important as production to maintaining housing affordability in Lawrence. Goal number 4, dialogue around the facts. A lot of the community stakeholder conversations that we had, there was misunderstandings, misinformation, just a lack of awareness of what it takes to deliver housing, what it takes to deliver affordable housing. What does affordable housing even mean? So, how can the city elevate the community conversation around housing in order to kind of promote and support actions over time? And then the final goal, leveraging city programs and policies. Your departments are already doing a whole lot with services, programs, the staff you have, the resources you have. You're delivering in a lot of different ways and touching the housing market in a lot of different ways. This is about aligning those efforts, sustaining them and growing them so that the city can continue to move the needle more and more on housing affordability. So those are really quickly the five goals. As I said, we probably have 50 or more strategies that look at policies and regulations, investments and incentives, partnerships and programs that you all can take, again, to move the needle on housing and meet the city's housing demand and housing needs. And we're packaging that all right now. We've been delivering chapters. The city is reviewing it, giving us their comments. We're turning those revisions around. We plan to have that final report to you all on June 26th. That'll give you some time to digest that. We'll be back in mid-July in person to kind of dive into any of the questions they have, any of the strategies they have, and be able to answer any questions you have at that time. And really, thank you for your time. And happy to answer any questions now, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that highlight. I'm certainly looking forward to the full report, which we'll all get, but and we'll have plenty of time to ask questions and other things. But anyone have any questions tonight?
I just have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Justin or Jenny, who can answer this for me. On your analysis themes, and I think a couple of times in the presentation, you talk about preservation. I guess I'm wanting to know, how do you define preservation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in this instance, preservation really is about, there's a spectrum of presentation, Commissioner Sellers. There's, we're thinking about home maintenance, could be weatherization and improvements that are done to housing in order to make them maybe more energy efficient and safe. There's renovations that can happen to modernize units, and then there's rehabilitation, which is sort of more of the systems. It's, making sure that the air conditioners and plumbing and the systems are intact and safe and quality. And so there's a spectrum of preservation here that we're talking about. It's not historic preservation, it's homeowner preservation. And so looking at a range of that, and how do we stabilize the existing housing stock to meet the growing needs of the community.
Thank you, Justin.
You bet.
I think a lot of these are just for the final report.
Okay.
To follow up on that, so is it preserving the affordability of the home, or is it preserving the long-term structure of the home?
Yeah, it really kind of depends on the unit. In a lot of instances, if you've ever heard the term NOAA, it's naturally occurring affordable housing. And a lot of times when that naturally occurring housing exists in a community, sometimes it's older. It may be, smaller and not quite the same kind of marketability that modern units have, but they're cheaper. They're often smaller, and they need repair. And so, in some instances, there are ways to help support and preserve and maintain those older homes, and tools to maintain their affordability. They really are. We're looking at maintaining the structure and maintaining the affordability when we can. It's kind of depends on the circumstance of the units and that we're looking at.
In terms of also defining attainability, is that the attainability owner-occupied, or just if someone needs to find a rental, they're able to attain that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Attainability, affordability, we're looking at homeowners and renters. Attainability really is the ability for a household to secure safe and quality housing, regardless of whether or not they're a homeowner or a renter. And so really also thinking about it from an affordability and attainability standpoint, regardless of the income that they make or the way that they might be, accessing that home. And I mentioned vouchers earlier. I mentioned transitional housing. So, those are people that are on the lower end of the spectrum that are moving into some sort of housing. We could be focusing on, workforce housing and service, service industry workers that are in that middle income range, and helping them get into, could be first-time homeowner opportunities or rental opportunities, and then even on up into the market rate.
On page 24, you have this new dashboard. So is this dashboard going to be in conjunction with the one that we currently have from an affordable housing perspective, or is this going to be a new dashboard?
The dashboard. You know what? Staff has brought that up to my attention. So I'll tell you what, Commissioner Courtney, I'm going to say that it's leveraging either a new or emerging dashboard as we understand it. It's intended to sort of integrate with what you are trying to accomplish with the data and just being more data informed decision making. This was brought to our attention to include it, I think, from that perspective.
Danny?
That is correct. I walked all the way up here, but yeah, it would be a new one that's more highlighting information about those. So separate from the affordable housing dashboard and separate from the citizen access. So, yeah.
I will say, if you don't mind, just saying that the way we have looked at kind of the way we've been thinking about writing about that dashboard has been a tool for staff and decision makers. And so there are elements of, summaries and reporting that might come out of that this would, be really focused on you as leadership and your staff.
And then in July, when this whole thing's presented, so part of it will be around affordability, part of it will be the nature of the market here locally. I take it that's probably going to be a pretty big document, but at that point, I have a couple in the weeds questions, but I think it might be better served at that time.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be there in person, so it might actually make the conversation even just a little more easier and personal, so you bet.
Okay.
Commissioner Pauling, any questions before?
No, I'm just going to wait till the final report, but thank you.
Okay. We will open this item up to public comment, if anyone would like to make public comment on this item.
Eric Hyde, 66046. Affordable housing, it sounds like a great idea, but it brings in a lot of crime as well. I know I lived at the Polar Lofts, and for 3 years, I did meet my wife there, so that's a really good thing. But we don't live in affordable housing anymore. We have a family plan, a home, mortgage, so we have to find a balance between this affordable housing plan and people who want to own homes, because it's really annoying living near so many people. You can hear them through the walls. They talk about you all the time. Everyone talks about each other. I don't like it. I've been to New York City on my 2018 film festival journey. I did happen to be taken in by some black guys in the projects in Queens, Astoria, New York. The projects are rough. You're talking about building projects here in Lawrence. A lot of these projects we build here in Lawrence go to crap. We've seen it a lot. Different types of apartment complexes. So we need to encourage more home ownership and less affordable housing. We already have plenty of affordable housing. And I did not like how the man spoke, honestly. He seemed like a real big liar to me. Just real quick. Oh, real quick. Oh, he took the longest this whole night. So I don't trust him. So that's just what I'm saying. Affordable housing is good, but tone it down, because we got other people who don't want affordable housing as much as we already have or more. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
John M. 66049. This might be a really naive question. I just looked at the dashboard this morning for another reason. 1,100 units approximately is what we've got. We're always having discussions that we need more. Tenants to homeowners says we need thousands more affordable units in one of their latest reports. Looking forward to this report, but the question I have is, if you look at it from the other way, we have pretty much of a finite population. We're shortening our population a little bit. So is the county. It's shrinking a little bit. So there ought to be a finite number. How many affordable housing units do we need? And if we just let our mind expand into that number a little bit, there should be an answer to that question so that we can have a particular aim towards accomplishing that. If we didn't have any personal houses or personal ownership, if we were all going to go into into affordable housing, that we couldn't afford that as a city because there is a cost, either by giving up some tax or by funding it through grants or funding it however. So we can't all be in affordable housing. So there must be a number somewhere between everybody and a need to satisfy the population. What is that number? I'd really like to see some kind of discussion of that in the report. Thank you.
Tim Hamilton, 66044. The engagement that was done, I thought was absolutely wonderful on this. And Danny Walters was wonderful, and they had many community open forums for people to come and speak. And I thought it was just extremely well done that was put together, and there was a lot of really good community engagement. I wanted to address as an economist that it was mentioned that we need 630 new units per year. That's basically to sort of remain the status quo pricing-wise and rents-wise. That's what we need. Some of the policies, some of the suggestions that are going to come forward most likely are going to follow in the trend that has happened in the zoning changes and then tax abatement on new building, new construction. A lot of that will center on luxury housing. That is trickle-down economics. And I just want to put my marker on the board. That is trickle-down. What that theory is, just so everybody knows, is let's encourage really high-end housing, really million-dollar condos. People that are in the high income under that will vacate their properties and then move up to that. So then the people that are in their middle income bracket will then vacate their houses or apartments, and then they'll move up to the high middle, and then that'll open a vacancy. So we have this, what do they call that? Vacancy elevation. And then the low income renter will fill up the middle income spaces. And so you solve, theoretically, affordable housing by building up at the top. That's the theory, anyway. We had the seminar on this at Johns County Community College. One of the city councilmen from Overland Park showed up and was talking about all of their incentives that they do. He absolutely, to his core, believes that the trickle-down housing works. And who knows, maybe it does in Overland Park. But in order for that to function, you have to believe that low-income earner is going to be able to have the means to move up to that next level, and so on and so forth. And because the wages are so disparate from what the prices are, that's probably not going to happen. I take no pleasure in saying that. But the problem is, if you encourage the luxury housing development and you're wrong on the trickle down, what you're doing is you're building luxury houses to make the city even more elitist.
Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. Now, full disclosure, I have skin in this game with housing. But my job actually believes very much in this process and has sent me to the different community engagement meetings we had. So I got to give some feedback to those, and they were actually really good, the conversations that happened. In Lawrence, we have several opportunities to improve affordable housing for the people of our community. Not only do we have a university that creates hands-on building projects for architectural students during their course of study, but we also have a company that already creates and builds prefabricated modular buildings in our area. When we discuss affordable housing and all the impacts of that lack, we forget to include realistic attainability. I've heard from many people the same complaint that affordability metrics cut out those who need them the most. As was mentioned in the presentation, people have been laid off. The cost of living is rising astronomically. Utility rates are causing people to have to choose between comfortable living or groceries. All these things are facts. They're also getting worse. If we truly want to create affordable housing, partnerships are a great pathway. For instance, the cost of the architectural plans are far less if students help design pre-approved housing for the Lawrence area. Then taking the plans to local companies that supply materials to partners with local companies or contractors to build them cuts down on the overall cost. On top of that, our local modular company, full disclosure, I'm part of that, so take that as you will, could easily create kits from all approved designs in order to have bills of material to source from local companies and quickly build the houses in order to get people in them within far less time. Another way partnering helps is for restoration or reclamation of existing buildings. Companies that have mutually beneficial partnerships with the city for prioritizing existing structure rehabilitation would save everyone on the cost of full rebuilds, demolitions, or simply degradation of a structure to the point of being a real hazard to the public. When these buildings are instead modified into housing, it solves other problems. In Lawrence, we have a lot of community and a lot of engagement that we want to see happening. People are interested in being part of that and want to be able to through partnerships. I know if we went to different places, it doesn't have to be the modular company of which I am part, but there are other companies that do things. We have contractors, we have concrete contractors, we have building contractors. Like, we have many people who would help and would be willing to help save the city on costs to be able to create more affordable housing. And also, I'm just really glad there is a study going on in affordable housing in Lawrence, so thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Danielle Davey, Governmental Affairs Director for the Lawrence Board of Realtors. I want to thank the City and Development Strategies for their work on this housing study, because I think having data is important to having this conversation about housing. But after seeing tonight's presentation and the presentation a few weeks ago at the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, I think ultimately the study is going to confirm what the real estate community has been telling the city for nearly a decade now, and certainly since the 2018 housing study. We have significant populations in Lawrence who want to buy a home, but our market is severely lacking in housing inventory and falling further behind neighboring communities. Burdensome, unpredictable, and untimely development processes have stagnated housing development and caused many of the development and construction communities to go to other cities. And the rising costs of land, labor, materials, and regulatory compliance make the construction of affordable housing impossible without important public-private partnerships. There have already been some really important steps taken in breaking through this intractable problem, including funding necessary infrastructure expansion in the CIP to support West Lawrence development, revising the Land Development Code. And so thank you for those important steps. But let me offer a couple other suggestions for you to consider as you go through this process. One, revisit the community benefit requirement in Chapter 3 of Plan 2040. Housing development fell off sharply after the passage of Plan 2040, and I would argue that the poorly defined community benefit requirement was a substantial factor in that. There are no less than 4 entities who interpret that requirement: this body, the County Commission, the Planning Commission, and the Planning and Development Office. And each of those entities has taken a different approach to what constitutes a community benefit. That unpredictability and inconsistent application of this policy has delayed and in some cases stopped housing development from happening. If the city is serious about reducing barriers to development, removing or at least suspending that policy is a place to start. 2, incentivize the development you want. I know some residents will come after you for even thinking about incentives, but after nearly 2 decades of difficult processes and stagnating development, increasing annual production to historic averages by 2028, as suggested by this study, is going to take more than just clearer codes to bring developers and builders back to Lawrence. Incentives and public-private partnerships are integral to affordability. Finally, this housing study recommends the city partner on a series of community conversations and education or awareness campaigns about housing. I just want you to know that the Lawrence Board of Realtors and its members stand ready and willing to assist the city in any such campaign. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room on this item? Oh, looks like Courtney's gone. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, I thought there was going to be like 20 people. This is very small, and it's going to come up. I'm going to bring it up a few more times. And I appreciate the consultant bringing up preservation. And this is about Airbnbs being put in places where, especially, we use a lot of incentives, public incentives, maybe even all the incentives, and then finding out that what they've done is put Airbnbs in the same building. If you have affordable housing, and then some of the units in the same building are Airbnbs, so we'll just go ahead and assume they're only being used 52 weeks out of the year. That is punching yourself in the gut. So I hope to see some more conversations, and I will certainly be bringing this up in some other board meetings about whether the incentives being given out for affordable housing, or even, as it seems to be coming at us, the possibility of giving incentives out for market rate housing, to be sure that those are not being used in essence for hotels. We can certainly, and we should have a public discussion about whether that's a business or not, but if your goal is to provide housing, making those into Airbnbs or allowing them to be Airbnbs after the taxpayer has given you literally every possible avenue for funding, there should be a public conversation about if that's actually what the taxpayer wanted. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I don't know if this is possible, but have we also thought about it as an alternative for supporting affordable housing, as supporting or enabling any sort of tenants union? I know there's probably something, I think there was something that was passed in the Kansas statute against rent control, but have we looked through any other avenues besides just looking at incentives to bring developers, but maybe into something that could strengthen local renters' ability to afford? Like, I feel like a lot of these times, and I've just become party to some of these discussions, like listening over the past year, but a lot of the times I'm hearing that we need to incentivize development, and that naturally the supply is going to lower it, which I don't doubt that that is some form of the issue. But then also at the same time, have we thought about any other way of trying to support people who are in these positions through any other way? And I know, again, like the Kansas legislature loves to squash anything we love to do that is anything progressive in some ways, in my opinion at least. But I do wonder if there's like maybe some covert ways or different avenues that we could support that instance, and instead of just being like, I know it's a structural issue, but I feel like a tenants union or something akin, maybe not necessarily a tenant union, but like supporting tenants' rights can help also ease that. And I'm sure that the city is doing something to that part, and I'm not aware of it, but I just don't ever hear that in these discussions as much as I hear about the incentive from the realtors about how we need to make development rampant in Lawrence, which is my opinion, not, but anyways, thank you.
See no other comment in the room. How about online?
Yes, we have a few. Julie Jones.
Can you hear me tonight? This is Julie Jones.
We can. Can't see you, but we can hear
yes. 66047. I'd like to, as far as I know, on the Airbnbs, I have 2 of them in my home to support myself living here. And last time I checked the calendar, there's only 52 weeks in a year, so mine are full all the time. I don't know what Courtney was referring to, that they're only used 52 weeks a year, so I'm a little confused on that. What I hear from tenants or from people I talk to out on the street is they don't have a good credit score, they don't make enough money, and they want a bedroom for every one of their children. And I think also with the housing, they've got to have a come to Jesus meeting to realize that some of their kids are going to have to bunk up together in a home if they want to afford it. And it's nobody's fault but their own that their credit score is where it's at. And there's many, many ways to fix that fairly quickly. So it kind of scares me with all of this, because who is the people who's going to pay for them in the affordable housing? It's the people working and paying the taxes. And I didn't hear anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hillary Carter.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. I just wanted to sort of tie it back to the conversation and questions about preservation that were brought up earlier. In the affordable housing world, I like to say there's two kinds of affordable housing. There's big A affordable housing. That's housing that has formal government subsidies attached to it, like 20-year Section 8 HAP contracts or low-income housing tax credit projects that have 30-year covenants on them. And then there's little A affordable housing, which is the naturally occurring affordable housing that the consultant brought up earlier, meaning those units are simply cheap relative to the market. They don't have any formal restrictions. And both matter, but when we talk about preservation as a policy tool, we're usually focused on the big A affordable housing, because those are the units with that ticking time clock on them. Affordable housing preservation is specifically about protecting that housing before it becomes unaffordable. And as long as those government restrictions are in place, the owners have to keep those rents affordable. Those restrictions, like I said earlier, don't last forever. So when they expire, owners are free to charge market rate rents and the covenants disappear. And so lower income residents can be priced out of the homes that they've lived in for years. Preservation is the work of getting ahead of that. It means identifying those properties where restrictions are about to expire, acquiring those properties, typically rehabilitating them and extending their affordability for another generation of residents. It is one of the most cost-effective strategies we have in affordable housing, and I'll say that in the big A affordable housing industry, because you're working with what already exists rather than building from the ground up. And beyond just keeping those rents low, preservation means reinvesting in the quality of those homes and stabilizing the communities around them. I just want to make sure that when the report is released, we're really talking about the preservation that that government can actually affect. Preserving NOAA housing is difficult, and you don't actually maintain affordability with it typically. Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. You got to push all the buttons to make sure you get online. Wow. To begin with, this concept of affordability housing for purchase, those days are over. Yeah. For today's pragmatic financial situation, people cannot buy houses, and we need to understand it's just going to get worse. So the provision of affordable housing centers around the construction and the availability of units that people can rent. And thus, the concept of public housing is far superior to private, and let alone private in conjunction with government housing. It doesn't work. Ownership, the town needs to own, quote, affordable housing, unquote, for people to live in. People cannot buy houses, and that's just the way it is. It's the way it's going to stay for many, many years, from the perspective that I come from. And the existing housing stock, I'm hoping that I misheard Mr. Carney with respect to this 80% area median income folks. These are the people that have the houses that need to be pumped up so that they can continue to exist and not be raised and be made available for some people to purchase. So the availability of grants, once the ceiling was made at 80% or less of the median income, it opened up many doors to many people. I'm hoping I heard Mr. Carney incorrectly, because I thought I heard him, not fully supporting that. It's just so much, and we've got the real estate people coming in here talking about the availability of affordable housing, that magic word, and we've got to go around to, no, it is not for home purchase. It's for the ability of people to even pay rent to go into places. The concept of home ownership is pretty much over and done with. Well, with respect to the way wages and all that stuff goes on today. So the real estate industry in Lawrence is interested in their commission. And when you talk with the real estate industry about their commission, they're not even hip to the reality of the lawsuits and the Supreme Court decisions with respect to the cartel that existed relative to commissions in the sale of real estate for individuals to buy homes. It's a quagmire. We're supposed to be a progressive town. Okay, so that means public housing owned by the city, not farmed out to all these not-for-profits and businesses making profit off of it.
Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm swimming upstream, I know it. Did you say 3 minutes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Simonson.
Sorry for the delay. I was having trouble getting unmuted.
That's fine.
Thank you. So I actually raised my children on a Section 8 housing voucher. We were very fortunate that we lived in a mixed income situation. Now, there can be problems with that, where some lower income tenants can be problematic, or if they have serious mental health issues that are untended. I've had friends who've had challenges in that regard. But I really am an advocate of mixed income communities because we inspire each other and we keep each other's feet on the ground at the same time. I really appreciated the presentation. When I read the document this afternoon, thank you, Mr. Courtney, for bringing it to my attention. When I read the document, I was interested, but I wasn't excited. And listening to more details about the presentation and watching your reactions as pros and cons were raised, I am actually much, much happier. And I'm really excited about the information coming forth. I think it's very thoughtful. And this does not mean that we're going to build a bunch of projects. Not at all. Also, now being a happy member, well, a more relaxed member of the middle class, the middle to upper middle class. We live in a home here in Lawrence, but we are newbies, and we had a ridiculous time. We couldn't find a place to rent, so we had to buy a home sight unseen. It turned out to be a toxic dumping place. We have had to take much of it down to the studs. My husband has had to do a lot of this work himself because we couldn't find people in the trades. The people that we found in the trades were very sweet, but some of that work he's actually had to redo. So we have a whole lot of problems. People have brought up a lot of really good points. And thank you very much for all this hard work. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Bring it back for the commission for any comments.
I have a quick follow-up
Oh,
question.
yeah, sure.
Justin, I have a question since we were talking about preservation and affordable units. So on the slide where we talk about the housing affordability, and there's listing of the roughly 3,395 units, and then the 10-year projected demand of 6,315 units. When we say that number, it's not just synonymous to new builds. That could be homes that go through a process to become, housing choice voucher, if they sign up to be a part of the housing choice voucher system, or are you saying that those numbers represent new construction?
those numbers represent the need to meet the housing for people looking for people moving into Lawrence that need housing and looking for housing. I think, was it Susan just said, had a hard time finding rentals, so they bought or whatever. So, folks that are moving in looking for units. Right. So there is a production element, but it's also people that are here now that are just looking for other places and different types of housing and places to move to. So it's sort of the overall demand. And so it includes, that number includes units that are already in the pipeline right now. We didn't pull them out, because we're just sort of projecting forward. So it's met, and that's why I mentioned early on with the themes, whether it's from data or engagement, that preservation is going to be just as equally important as production. It's the demand for units that people are going to need. I hope that answered the question.
It does. The biggest takeaway point is that this does not mean new builds. It means these are things that we can currently do within our current stock to make things affordable, as well as the addition of having. It can come these units can come multiple different ways. It can come from based on stock we already have, or just projects that we bring into the fold in order to address it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't remember who it was that mentioned. That was talking about, might have been, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but was talking about kind of the capital A, small a affordable. I just want to acknowledge for her, if she's still in the room, but you'll definitely see that she is not wrong. There are strategies there that are trying to keep units that are already sort of in that subsidized LIHTC voucher kind of program, sustaining that as well as the other. I highlighted the other because it is more of a challenge, but it's also part of that preservation conversation, where it's like housing maintenance and rehabilitation and renovation. That's where I was focusing on. But there is a preservation of affordability. She's absolutely right in kind of that capital A side that's already subsidized and maintaining that over time.
Yeah, and our housing advocates will push you on that. So I'm glad.
Feed in on that. Great.
I'm glad you did, because but I mean, it leans into an additional layer of education and informing that we need for the community, that preservation is not just one thing, it's as it relates to the whole ecosystem of affordable housing. So thank you.
I hope, if you don't mind me saying, I hope that several of the commenters will be very pleasantly surprised as they're looking at it, keeping in mind I had, a charge to try and present this in 10 minutes. And so, we're just scraping the surface. You all will get the report with all of the strategies, and so will your constituents. And, we look forward to, a good conversation.
Yes. Yeah. Mayor, since I asked the question, I'll just say real quick, I'm excited about this. Things have kind of started to pick up speed with this as it relates to kind of the imagination and how we got to a place for everyone and what we're doing now. Looking forward to the final report, looking forward to that incentives policy, because I feel like this is our time and this is our season. And I know you've shared that in comments. I do want us to kind of look at this, and I know several commenters have kind of talked about it or talked around it, about the need for home ownership, and I think that means that we need to change our mindset of what we think about home ownership. And there's been plenty of journal articles that have talked about, what current generations look for as it relates to our housing. Our parents they wanted sprawling lots and all these things, and I've talked to you guys about, my trauma of mowing lawns and not wanting a house or a home that has a big lawn. But I think when we start to talk about housing and housing types and attainability of affordable housing, those are the discussions we need to have, isn't the housing types. Because I think there's a place for single family detached, but it is not the theme. And if we continue to think that home ownership is only able to be for those single family detached, we're missing a market and we're missing opportunities to make ourselves an attractive, livable community. So there's that. I think a lot of our incentives, because we'll get that policy, we'll see that, and we've had many of our partners talk about that. I don't think we're incentivizing luxury homes, and I also don't agree in trickle down or what I've called hand-me-down housing, because it's not going to be affordable for if someone moves out to something up. But I think we've had staff really get to the point about how we don't have a robust affordable housing incentive policy, and many of our community stakeholder members hammered that to us, and we're finally getting to it. So I do appreciate that, and how do we overlay that with the final report. And yeah, just appreciate a lot of our community members bringing up, different strategies that we've shared many a times and others have shared in this chamber. So I'm going to keep doing that, and yeah, I'm excited about what we're doing with this work.
Yeah, certainly, my favorite phase is when the execution phase of this. And I think, as you just mentioned, Commissioner Sellers, are some of these things that we'll get into, getting this study done, getting the incentives policies done, getting, the development code done, and moving into, actually making some of these things become a reality. Anyway, I'm excited to see it. I mean, I think even the information we have tonight shows that we do need housing in all levels, and obviously government can help more in some areas than others, but it also highlights the need for housing in all levels, which we've known about for a while. I certainly agree with the preservation of the big A, affordable housing is mentioned, but I will say, I was meeting with someone the other day, and there's a fullplex and a duplex here in town that has one person living in it, in those 5 units, because they're not in a condition that they can be rented, and someone's trying to fix them up and get 5 more units on the market, and for I don't know how many years there's been one person living in those 6 units, and those are things we need to capitalize on and make sure we'll helping to get that infill preservation, sort of small A affordable housing up and running. So anyway, excited about this, look forward to the future reports, and I think the strategies will be exciting to see, and unlocking some housing on lots of different levels. So anyway, lots more to go. Any other comments from this end?
I have a couple of questions,
Okay.
Not to be necessarily addressed. I'm just kind of a yes or no, and then we can push forward. By the way, I'm very excited for this final report. I think there's a lot of need here. So first question I would have, would we consider suspending community benefit for a little bit? And that's really kind of rhetorical right now, but I know that's a question for my fellow commissioners, but have we ever discussed rent control? I'm not saying I'm in favor of it by any means, but...
Statutory doesn't allow it, state statute doesn't allow for rent.
Legislature banned us.
So we're preempted.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you. And again, I'm not saying that I'm interested. I'm really just trying to kind of preface some things, like maybe get them in our mind, so when we come to the final report, we've already kind of thought of these things. I agree we need lots of different housing, but I do think there is a market for the single-family home, 2-car garage. I think there's a market for all of these. When we talk about new development and the infrastructure costs, have we ever done special assessments? Do we still consider doing them for new development? Okay. That was all I had. I'm excited again to let you guys, or to see the final report. Thank you.
I think, Commissioner Pullian, to your point around rent control, inclusionary zoning, which has preempted us by state statute, there are some creative ways I think that we can enhance that our legislature hasn't really thought of. I know that we had a commenter talk about tenants' rights. We can look at cooperative housing. There's a lot of different models that are done in this state that are one-offs, that just haven't picked up the momentum to get them done. But I mean, these things exist whether in our community or in our region, but we do need to look at those different types of models, because that helps spur individuals to be committed to their community when they know that their community has policies that see them as the tenant and not always in supportive of a landlord or a property owner.
When was legislation passed on that? Was that recent?
It was the day after we did it.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
No, no. I mean, I can't tell you the date. I mean, I can tell you SB 366 was like 2015, 2016, which prevents us from having inclusionary zoning. So, but I don't know.
Okay, that was just out of curiosity. Anyway.
You want to pitch?
I would just say, real quick, on the community benefit, and Danny kind of brought it up, the community benefit is in the comprehensive plan, which has to be approved by the county, the city, and the planning commission. We can't do it on our own. We have taken, over the last several years, the position as a city that, as a city commission, that the, housing is a community benefit. That has not been universally accepted by the other entities. But you'd also need the other entities to approve any change you made to that.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with everyone on here. I think having owner-occupied single-family home, but also condos, duplexes. One of the things I've harped on a lot is on modular or tiny homes as a way to be also to do that. And so, as Mayor, as you mentioned in our land development code discussion about, like the setbacks and what that looks like and how that works for tiny homes, I'm interested in how that works too, because to Tim's point, it's not just that people at the top, there's not going to be a bump up like a flywheel of this. That I really do think if we not only had an option at the lower end for something that's smaller, that may be 30-40% cheaper than a standard single-family built home, that is something that we have seen in Kansas City and in Tonganoxie and in Overland Park as things that can work. So I'm excited about everything we've mentioned. I'm excited about this survey, just so we're all on the same page, rather than, sometimes it's like, oh, well, 10 years ago, it's like, well, a lot of time has passed. So I'm super excited to get on the same page, have the same variables, have the same numbers, and add that modular tiny home discussion to this.
Agreed. I'm excited about those conversations too. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, and to Justin and Jenny, and we'll see you here in July, and look forward to the report at the end of June. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for the time.
Do we need a break before we start on agenda item 2?
Just 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll have 3 to go. 10-minute recess till, what time is it? It'll be 8:01, and then we will start on agenda item 2. Thank you. Bring us back from break. We're going to start on agenda item 2, which is to receive a presentation on 609 New Hampshire Street and 603 Massachusetts. And Omar is here.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Oh, Brandon's.
Don't know if the microphone is working or not. But I was just going to give a couple quick introductory remarks before we turn it over to Omar. First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge kind of our project team. Omar Mali's been our outstanding project manager since the beginning, I think dating back to our original proposal with the Bluffs Drive project some years ago now. We've got Melinda Harger from MSO, who's also been supporting us on this project, especially on the financial planning with it. Gwen Gigas, our consultant lead from Multi-Studio, is here, and she'll be presenting as well this evening. Randy Larkin is also online for contract questions as well. He was helpful in drafting and negotiating the contract. And then I want to recognize Allison Vance Moore, who represents the sellers of the property, and she's been an outstanding counterpart in this negotiation. So this is a recommendation that's presented, a solution that we've worked on to solve a problem that is a real problem, which is our space needs for City Hall. I just want to make it clear we're not at this point talking about vacating City Hall and relocating. This is presented as an annex opportunity for us. But we have for many years now found different kind of Band-Aids, temporary solutions to help address our space needs, including leased space at office buildings, remote work, and other kind of creative means, trying to just maximize the use of our space to not just house our employees, but to serve the community members who come to City Hall to pay bills and submit applications and do their business with the government. So this building has served the community for almost 50 years. It was, I believe, the opening happened in 1980. And we have simply outgrown it. Our community has about doubled in size since that time, and we are bursting at the seams. And so this is not presented as a luxury item. It's presented as a critical piece of infrastructure for our organization to be able to support the community that we serve. So just wanted to open with those comments and hand it over to Omar, who's going to walk you through the first couple slides of our study.
All right, well, thank you so much. Well, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Omar Mali, Senior Project Engineer, MSO, Municipal Services and Operation. So this agenda item is related to the City Hall reconfiguration project, specifically for the City Hall Annex. The requested action of this agenda is to authorize the acting city manager to purchase 609 New Hampshire Street and 603 Massachusetts Street, commonly known as the Ward Building, for the location of an annex to the City Hall and execute the bill of sale and all other documents identified in the attached agreement for the sale and purchase of commercial real estate and necessary for the acquisition of this property. The presentation tonight will provide an update on the City Hall Annex work and effort that have been doing since the last time we had a commission discussion related to this project, with the direction at that time given to look for downtown annex for the existing City Hall. We have Multi-Studio here. Gwen from Multi-Studio will walk us through the presentation with some background and context, summarize the completed work to date, and present the recommendation before the commissioners, and outline the proposed next steps. With that, I'll hand it over to Gwen.
Maybe. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you, Omar. Good evening.
Gwen, can you lower that a little bit so we can?
Yeah.
Lower the.
Oh, this.
Yeah. Just so we can see a little. There we go. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Brandon and Omar, for the introduction on this. As has been discussed, this project actually started around 3 years ago. Well, some circumstances have changed since the start of the project. Really, the reasons for it still exist, if anything, or have increased since that time. The current City Hall does not support good public service and foster good community engagement. In over almost 50 years, as Brandon noted, since City Hall was built, our city has grown and the needs of the community and staff have changed. The lobby space isn't very welcoming. It can be challenging for people trying to do business in City Hall to find what department to go to, where to go. There's continued safety and security concerns. There's accessibility challenges and a lack of space to meet for meeting needs and collaboration with the community. And this room right here that we're sitting in is a great example of some of the challenges. I mean, there's people sitting outside of the actual commission room. So challenges with the size and the layout. There's acoustic challenges within this room. And again, trying to keep everyone with the feeling of safety as they're here, because this is a public space. They should feel comfortable here. The commissioners feel comfortable coming here every day. So those are some of the needs that we see. This project was also started prior to municipal court and planning development services moving into City Hall. So that just created more shared and crowded office spaces. And municipal court is operating out of a space that really isn't intended to be a court space. And then the lobby now doubles on court days. If anyone has ever been here on a court day, I've come here for meetings before. The lobby doubling as the waiting space for municipal court and City Hall functions kind of creates some really uncomfortable situations. So this is a high-level timeline of that time that we've worked on the overall project, the work we've done. So as I said, Multi-Studio were hired back in 2023. So we spent part of the 2023 and into 2024 really identifying what are the needs of the city. And as many of you remember and was mentioned, we brought a recommendation to the commission to purchase the Bluffs Drive building in late 2024. And from there, we really received clear direction from the community that the City Hall needs to stay and remain in downtown. So we pivoted looking for that annex location. But through that early work that we did, identifying what are the space needs of each department, we realized that the building we're in right now, current City Hall, it's only 35,500 square feet. The needs that we identified are around 53,000 square feet. That does include room for growth, but we always want to consider growth in this. You never want to renovate or move into a new space and fit it exactly at that time. But that growth space can be used for very flexible needs, things like hoteling stations or collaboration or meeting spaces, and then allow as departments grow, what their projected growth is, to be able to then build out offices and workstations. So we never want to build exactly what we need today. We want to build what we need in the future. So that 10 to 20-year timeline is really what we suggest, and this is based on a 10-year projection there. Again, through some of that early process, we did quite a bit of internal engagement with staff. So through a few different venues, we did department interviews, we did two different surveys, and we also held an open house. And the open house was directly related to the Bluffs Drive purchase, but all that still stands true of the feedback that we received. And we really heard that city staff want to be downtown and connected to the community here. There's a great need for meeting spaces to meet with the public, but also to have more private conversations and spaces for quiet heads down work. And they want a space that's welcoming. They want a space they can be proud of. They want a space that the public feels really good about coming into, with natural light. They want the ability to go grab a coffee, go get lunch get out of the office and get lunch during the day. So in that early process, we also, prior to the Bluffs recommendation, we did building assessments of City Hall, Bluffs Drive, and the Riverfront building. We also we didn't do a full assessment. We did look at the Reuter building. We kind of found that it didn't necessarily fit our needs for what the city needs right now. A lot of it, we need some larger spaces for things like municipal court, larger gathering spaces. And that building is kind of similar to City Hall right now. It's a little bit smaller floor plates, a little more chopped up. So it really didn't feel like it fit the needs at the time. So we did not do a full assessment on that. But we did want to talk a little bit about the Riverfront building tonight, just due to the fact that the city will own the building in the near future. Some of the challenges, though, that we saw when we assessed the building over 2 years ago is There's obviously significant foundation repairs that need made. There's also a lot of mechanical, electrical, and envelope repairs that would need to be made to occupy the building. And some of the things, the location that's something that just really can't be overcome. The building truly sits in the floodway, not just the floodplain, but the floodway. And its proximity, it's right next to the railroad tracks. So that becomes challenges when you're dealing with, meeting spaces and office spaces where people are really trying to focus and work. It's also, the World Building we're going to talk about today is, has more space than the city needs at the very moment. But it's like, this is over four times that space. So it's way more square footage than the city would ever need. And then we didn't want to take a small portion of that and then really limit what the other alternative public uses could be for this. So through the process, we clearly, as I said, heard City Hall needs to remain downtown, and the commission gave us a really clear direction of look for an annex location that could serve those additional space needs we have that don't fit here in this building, but within the downtown proximity. So the city issued an RFI looking for available properties within the downtown vicinity that could meet our needs. We received 7 responses, and 2 of those properties actually met our minimum requirements, and those requirements being location, obviously downtown and ideally in good close proximity to City Hall, size, enough square footage, and something that could accommodate some of the larger departments, ease accessibility for the community, and then obviously cost is always a factor. So those 2 buildings that met our minimum criteria were the World Building and the Borders Building. We did a full assessments of both of them, so we took our full engineering design team out to look what work would need to be done on each. The challenges we did find with the Borders Building were mainly related to site. With the new row houses going in, there's just not a lot of parking left there, and so to look at putting something like Municipal Court, which has a pretty high parking need, it just felt like that wasn't going to be the best solution for that. So that's why we really focused in on the World Building. So the World Building really stood out with a lot of potential. Its location is literally directly across 6th Street, so you really can't beat that. It is adjacent to the city parking garage, so you're still able to utilize the same city parking garage for both City Hall and the annex at that point in time, and then there's also the public parking lot right along 6th Street available. And then just easy access for the public and staff in and out of the building and between the 2 buildings. And in addition, there's space for future growth. It'll allow flexibility and can be a space that the city can grow into. It's been a long vacant building, so the city could bring back some vibrancy into that space and occupy a vacant building. It has nice open column-free space, so it could accommodate things like municipal court or other large gathering spaces. And then there's also just future opportunities for improvements to create some sort of plaza or even potentially like a skywalk to connect the 2 buildings far down the road, but something that could be considered to look at to really create something great at this end of Mass Street. The other thing we do need to address is a portion of the building actually sits on a utility easement over what should be the alleyway. So part of this purchase would need to remove that portion of the building off of that utility easement, but that easement has active utilities that serve downtown, so that would actually be a benefit to the entire city to remove that. The city staff has been doing some internal staff engagement over the last few weeks. The engagement's really been around asking questions about what matters most in the public service spaces and what limitations and barriers do they currently face. So again, we're hearing a lot of recurring themes. Accessibility, again, is a big one, just limitations by parking, mobility, and other actual real barriers that they're seeing. The need, again, for private spaces for sensitive conversations. And then also just space to start executing some ideas that they have to improve services. So self-service stations for things like utility billing or other opportunities within the city. And then, could City Hall really be a community hub? Could they have spaces they could host events? One example is like a food drive or have other public spaces and spaces to connect with. So that engagement we would look to continue and actually move more towards an external engagement move towards external engagement. So we look forward to shifting that process and really ask the community what they would see most useful out of City Hall. So again, just to reiterate why the World Building would work well as an annex. It's located in the heart of the community. I mean, you can't beat the location. There's space to serve the current needs and also space to grow into. It can be easily accessible, so I think some of the challenges of departments that have a lot of public traffic, we could address within the annex building to make it really simple and easy for people to get to those departments. And then provide public-facing functions to better serve the community. So then the numbers. The current budget within the CIP is $12.5 million. What we've spent to date over these past 3 years is $261,000 of that. The building acquisition would be $2.1 million. And then the two of the immediate kind of current needs of this building, it does need a new roof. The initial estimate that we saw was $700,000. Obviously, we would do a little more, get bids and such for that, but the initial estimate that we saw was $700,000 to re-roof the entire thing. And then, as I mentioned, remove the portion of the building off of the alley easement would be about $1 million is the first estimate we saw on that as well. So that would give us roughly $8.4 million remaining within that CIP budget. And Melinda, if you want to talk about the other.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Melinda Harger, MSO. I'm going to speak to the second half of this slide just to provide more specifics on the funding. I know there's been questions about temp notes versus bonds. So the full GeoDebt authorization for the City Hall project is $12.5 million. That was Resolution 7639. With that, we bonded to date a little over $191,000. Our process up until this year has been we would temp note based on what we anticipated for expenditures in that coming year and then bond the actual expenditures. So through 25 and 26, there were two issuances. We looked at the expenditures through the end of that fiscal year, and that's what we bonded. So through December 31 of 25, all of that adds up to $191,000, and that was included in those two bonds. Then we looked at what was our anticipated cash flow for this coming year. So for all of 2026 through to when we would pay off the temp note, what did we see would cover us for the expenditures we anticipate on the project? We did not anticipate a full-blown construction contract would be encumbered during that time. We need to get through potential acquisition of an annex, planning, potentially master planning, looking at phases, detailed design, and some other work such as the new roof that was mentioned here. So we took out a temp note of $3.5 million to cover cash flow needs through basically the first half of 2027. So the remaining budget there that is listed of about $8.4 million, that can be allocated to some of those other needs that we're looking at. So we do have a recommendation to look at phasing this work, looking at the highest priority needs first, knowing that we have this total project budget limitation of $12.5 million the current time, and we understand some of our fiscal constraints that we're facing this year. So some of that remaining budget could be allocated to some of that master planning with phases, additional cost estimates of what that would look like, the detailed design construction of whatever that phase one would be. It can be used for furniture and equipment, project management, inspections, LEED certification. According to our policy, this would be LEED certified for the renovation of an existing building, any relocation expenses and contingencies. So all of that can be covered within the GeoDebt authorization that we have. All of those are allowable expenses for the GeoDebt. Just wanted to clarify that.
So really close here, as Melinda mentioned, we'd really look at this as a phased project. Our next steps would be to engage staff and the public to really understand what is the highest priorities the community has at the moment as it relates to City Hall. And then really look at a long-term master plan or phased plan for both City Hall and the annex so that we have a long-term plan and leave the city with a guide as they move forward. And within that, then we would identify what is that phase one project, what fits the budget that we have available at the moment that meets the highest priority needs. and then be able to move forward with that, but also still leaving that kind of roadmap for the future, but with some flexibility, knowing circumstances and things change. So providing that roadmap for the future of like, what could the next step be? And with that, I'd open it to questions.
Okay, bring it back to us for questions. Remind me once we do, or the proposal would be to do the alley project. Remind me the square footage of the two buildings that would remain.
The two different sides.
Yeah.
So like after we take off the alley, it would be around, that's around
54,000 total. Were you asking?
No, I meant, but yeah, which, I mean, I think there's some thought to do just, like we might just take the New Hampshire side and maybe look to redevelop the Massachusetts side, that sort of. I know you presented to us at one point what the square footage is, but I just can't think of them at the moment.
So the east side is around like 21,000 square foot, and the west side is around kind of the same, because like that's an addition of 10, right?
Well, it'd be almost, and then plus some second story space.
Yeah.
About 20,000 roughly each.
So
plus
in theory, the east side might, 21,000 square feet plus 35 we have gets us pretty close to the 53.
It does.
So would any of this project look at, I know that obviously one statement you made is we could consider it for future expansion, but will there also be, I guess I'm interested in seeing what other uses might be for the building and, looking at maybe just using part of the building. Is that going to be part of this discussion?
Yeah, I would see that definitely being part of that next step of what could the uses be, what's ideal for the city, what are those highest priorities we need to address now, and then what are maybe those future ones, and kind of that long-term plan for both buildings.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'll just add, when you purchase property with debt and you do a project like this that's bond funded, that will come with some restrictions that are limited, kind of what Melinda was highlighting in the authorizing resolution. So it doesn't mean we can't do something in the future. We just have to make sure that's all settled.
Meaning we paid the bond off.
Right.
Yeah. I'm with you. I just want to be sure. We just want to be sure on that.
We just got to keep it between the lines.
Yes. Well, no, that's important. And I guess asking a bigger question, has there been any discussion, this might not be for you, Gwynn, but to Brandon, about even a bigger master plan with City Hall, the annex, riverfront, and the parking garage?
Yeah, great question. With the potential for this acquisition, and then, obviously with the riverfront property, the city, depending on the outcome of this evening's decision, may own a large chunk of the north end of downtown. So very exciting to think about what we could do with all of this space and how we could coordinate it and plan it out. So we've got the North Lawrence corridor study going on right now. So we're looking to see if we might be able to carve out some work out of that scope to do some master planning here, or maybe we'll come back with a different proposal for a kind of corridor master plan localized to this area. But I do think some master planning of this block would be very helpful. Yeah. And I know that some folks in private industry have already kind of worked on some of that themselves, looking at the development potential before some of these big announcements have been made, related to the city.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, so on page 58, the 53,000, the 3,500, let me just bring that up. Is that usable square footage, or is that just square footage in the space?
Could you say that?
Yeah, sorry. So on page 58, the program needs, came up during the presentation. There was one that was current City Hall. It says 35,544. Is that usable or is that total?
The 35.5 is total. That's the gross square footage of this building.
Gotcha. And Brandon, how many people work at City Hall?
We have currently like 139 with 15 fully remote.
Yeah, fully remote.
So 15% of those are fully remote, or 15 on top?
15. Part of the 139 is, let me just double check the number.
So it's like 20 people total.
Under 39 employees, 15% fully remote.
Okay.
So for that.
The people who are here at City Hall, are any of them going to be moving to the MSO campus when that opens later?
No.
That 139 did not include the MSO employees.
At the MSO campus, how much could we absorb some of this growth at the MSO campus?
Well, I think Melinda.
Yeah, I'll let Melinda speak to that.
I'd be happy to speak to some of that. So when we were sizing the MSO campus a few years back during detailed design, it was sized for some future growth, looking at what we anticipated in all of our work groups over the next 10 to 20 years, since that is best practice. Since that time, for the office spaces, we have moved other functions into that were not originally planned to kind of fill some of those vacant areas, future growth areas right now. And so one of those groups is the MPO, Transportation Planning. So we have that group that will be moving over to MSO campus. Our environmental group for MSO, they were going to stay at one of the treatment plants. But as we looked at it more, there was a lot of efficiency with bringing them over to the campus as well. And then we are also looking at Kathy Richardson and sustainability coming over, because she works very closely with MSO Environment as well as our construction management engineering group.
I'll also
With that, we have, I can say, about 2 open offices right now, and then there's many workstations for the future growth. So as we would grow, some people may have to move out of offices into cubicles, in order to make some of that work. But we found what is kind of optimized right now for our move-in come end of July, early August is what we're planning on.
Brendan, you add something to that?
Just, thinking about our business units, our, departments or divisions within City Hall that are housed here. When you're talking about planning, development services, municipal court, those are, larger teams. They need a big footprint, especially municipal court. That's simply not going to work at the MSO campus. I think that's, that's acceptable to everybody. You look at some of our other programs, like utility billing, it's a public-facing customer support function. The MSO campus is going to be a secured facility, gated, card access only, and it also is going to be running trucks and tractors and everything in and out throughout the day. So not a place where we would send people to go pay utility bills. Some of our other functions, like the city manager's office, city attorney's office, those are smaller teams, but I think it makes a lot of sense to keep those at City Hall. Probably same with human resources, where we send a lot of our applicants and that sort of thing. IT, they maintain server rack space here in City Hall, our server rooms here. It's good to keep them in close proximity here. So there's just kind of like a lot of logistical challenges to thinking about either breaking up a work group or relocating a work group that has sort of naturally found its place in City Hall, relocating it out to that facility.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Walk me through again, Melinda, what we have issued in terms of debt again for the City Hall project.
We did a bond issuance in 2025 as well as in 26. The two of those added together is about $191,000. And then we did this spring, our 2026I temp note is $3.5 million.
Okay.
So that's what would be used. We have a majority of that $3.5 million available right now for property acquisition, as well as some of those early initiatives if we need to look at the roof to secure the condition of the asset, and start some of those professional services to look at the planning and design as we move forward.
Okay. Well, I've got here in 2023 where we issued $600,000 under resolution number 7464 for City Hall reconfiguration that was carried over for the exact same amount in 24. And we moved $111,000 approximately over to permanent financing. and 80,000 into permanent financing in '26. So what were those expenditures for?
The 111 and the 80 add up to the 191 of permanent debt. The temp note did continue to roll as the project was delayed, kind of changed in direction. We did start this project in '23, so when we originally took out temp notes, it was for what we anticipated in expenditures that first year. And then we rolled that because we thought we would get started with detailed design in '24, but with the change in direction with Bluffs versus a downtown annex, that's why we've utilized temp notes versus doing the full project bonded at the beginning, because we kind of learned as we went through this project, it was evolving with some changing conditions outside of the control of the project.
So we still have approximately, what, the remainder, the 600,000 minus the 191,000?
All those temp notes were one-year temp notes, so if we rolled some, that whatever was remaining rolled into that 3.5. That's the total temp notes we have right now. It's just 3.5.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions before we open it up for public comment?
Yeah, I mean, I will, but let's let the public, I mean.
So one question. So we got 140 people in City Hall. We're tight on space. And so if we add those two spaces together, let's say we did the whole thing, it's 92,000, so that would be 657 square feet per employee. What are we aiming for?
Quinn, you want to start off?
Sure. Yeah. No. We don't need that much space for all the employees by any means. Hang on here. I was trying to come up with my. I mean, we usually target about 120 to 150 square foot usable space, like per person per workstation. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a number to work from there. So no, we don't see that we need that. Now that's per person does not count things like commission chambers and municipal court spaces. So if you do that math, you're not going to come up to the 53,000 because it's going to take out, it's not going to include those types of spaces. But no, if you add the 54 plus the 35, that is excess space than what we would anticipate needing for the current City Hall needs.
And then I'll add, Vice Mayor, just a couple thoughts. One, there's some of our operations and services that make a lot of sense to have some separation, physical separation for security purposes and protocol. Municipal court, obviously, and they're bound by higher security standards with regulating bodies. Human resources is another one of those examples. So the layout of these properties will provide for some of that separation that we could take advantage of, which I think it's a benefit. Another thing, just a little inside baseball, and I don't think I'm divulging confidential information, but Alarm.com was looking at a significant part of the Massachusetts Street facing part of the property at the same time that we were entering negotiations for the balance of the property. And so this would have been, I don't know, a year and a half ago or so. And that's part of the reason it took us so long to bring this recommendation to the commission, because we were negotiating with Alarm.com and with the seller on a number of issues like roof repairs and how are we going to address a common roof? The east, the Massachusetts facing property, that building is a huge, wide open space, so we would have needed to create a party wall. Also, the structure over the alleyway extends along both of those kind of former parcels, if you will. And so we would have to come up with some sort of cost share agreement and formula for splitting the cost of removing that. So as we started thinking about it, and then when Alarm announced that they were looking at a different location altogether, we thought, man, it would be a whole heck of a lot easier and cleaner if we just took all of that. And so we reopened the negotiations, and that's the proposal before the commission this evening.
Okay, one more thing. So there's another part of this too, and I went back to some of the stuff that was talked about in past commission meetings. So there's also a proposal to redo City Hall after the annex is done. Could we talk about that too, what that would look like? Is the totality of the whole project?
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about as far as that first phase. We'd really want to look at how do we want to address both buildings? Like what would be the plan for both? Because we don't want to just neglect City Hall. So I really see that some of that first phase would probably address some of the needs here, and also address the needs of getting some of the people out of this space to be able to do some things here. So I know it means sprinkling a small amount of money across quite a bit, but we really want to identify like where can we make the highest and most impact with what we have as far as that first phase goes. So yeah, that initial like kind of master planning idea would, and whether it's just the city hall and the annex or larger than that, it would really be looking at what to do with this building plus that. It's a total project between the two, not just looking at just the World Building.
Do we have an idea about what that cost would be?
Yeah, we were roughly a little over $12 million, I think, to renovate this building if we did a full renovation.
So 33 total.
Yeah, that's where the original 12.5 million came from, was the renovation of just this building. That's why it's been sitting on the CIP for like 4 years with just that number, which we've never spent and yet, obviously, or will. And I guess I would just add, I think what you're saying is, for example, I think one of the most pressing needs is municipal court, having a municipal court. If we move them somewhere across the street or otherwise, and possibly can combine that with a city commission room, then you have this space open here. Spend some money to turn this into something, usable space on the first floor. So you're spending money in both places. Exactly. But the 12.5 million is the whole building, is a much larger project.
That's a full renovation. That's what the 12.
And the reason why we expanded to look beyond just this building and acquiring additional property is because we'd be doing a renovation on a building that we've outgrown already on day one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's have some public comment, then we can bring it back for additional questions and comments. Thank you. This is a public comment item. If everyone has comments, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor Finkeldine, Commissioners, I'm Evie Lazzarino, Vice President of the Chamber. We hope you will strongly consider, we urge you to consider this opportunity. We believe it's a generational opportunity to enhance the north end of downtown, provide one iconic space where citizens can do their business with their government, providing access for all. It is also something that would provide breathing room for any future needs we might not even know about yet. It seems like a great opportunity that has landed and would give everyone space and time to figure out what the best needs would be. We think it's very future-facing, also possibly involving the riverfront, and something that years from now it would be hard to imagine the city without. So we hope you will strongly consider this purchase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Krebs, 66046. City Hall clearly needs more and better space for offices, large meetings, and other public spaces. The old Lawrence Journal World building is an appealing solution, especially because of its location. But the cost and scope seem disproportionate with the city's needs and budget. Tonight's report indicates that the city needs an additional 18,000 square feet, that the city would renovate more than twice that amount, and that the whole building has 3 times that amount. For the combined City Hall and Annex, the consultants say the city needs a total of 53,000 square feet. They propose building out 75,000 square feet, and the 2 buildings' total footprint would be 90,000 square feet. They propose that the city buy 37,000 more square feet than needed and renovate 22,000 more square feet than needed. The space needed is based on the consultant's 2024 report, which I believe does not align with current staffing expectations. That report anticipated the city would add 46 employees over 10 years, a 30% increase in City Hall staff. However, the city's population is not increasing, and the city is currently reducing staff to meet budgetary constraints. The space planned for a new annex should be adjusted to match current staffing estimates. The combined cost of purchasing and renovating this building and renovating City Hall would exceed $35 million. According to the city's September 2024 report, City Hall currently serves 120 people, it sounds like it's closer to 140, and provides community spaces. So this total would equal about $300,000 per City Hall employee based on the 120 people that were mentioned in the 2024 report. Our coalition's research about the city's debt raises concerns about adding $23 million to their City Hall project, especially after the city recently made its largest investment ever in the $130 million MSO campus, another municipal building. Coalition members have asked many questions about options that could serve the city's needs with less expense. Could the city use part of the MSO campus to house a department currently in City Hall? Could they improve the Carnegie Building's acoustics and audiovisual system to provide a large meeting space? Is any of the riverfront buildings salvageable and able to be renovated for an annex? Or, when the city reclaims this property, couldn't they build an 18,000 square foot building for substantially less than $23 million? Or could the city collaborate with the county to use the county chambers or with the school district to use unused buildings such as Broken Arrow School? On the face of it, the old LJ World building seems disproportionate with the city's needs and budget. The city may have innovative plans, which Commissioner Finkeldye alluded to, that justify the space and the cost of this purchase and renovation. And if so, I hope the city guarantees that these plans are financially sound and in the community's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a video that it was sent, and it is a video, if you could play.
Kurt's going to pull it up. We're going to play it if
I'm sorry?
we're going to play it if our technology lets us play it.
Oh, gotcha.
There's an issue, there's audio on it, and this Zoom client won't let me click the share sound button. So that's going to be like a silent movie.
Well, it's better than no video. This is a video that was made by Randy Swain. And his point is that in the private sector, when you have to do remodeling and staffing, you make do with what you have. And if the video will show, his example is when he worked for Berkshire Hathaway, that they had a building that was designed for 70 people. And during the pandemic, they elevated that up to 221 by reconfiguring various places throughout the building. And his point being that if they can do that, then there should be some thinking outside the box, which sort of follows up with what Holly had just said about trying to find other ways to more economize with the space that is there, thus saving money. So the building that he just passed that was on the left was the building that had 70 people in it. And I believe this building that he's walking past is the one that had additional people, and that they were consolidated into the other building. The other point in the video he made was that because our average wage here is about $65,000 per person, whereas the staff, the average wage is $100,000 plus $30,000 in benefits. That shows that with that much wage being received, that there ought to be more effort made to find a way to work within the limited space that you have. Oh. So there was sound.
Not on Zoom. That's a wrap.
Yep.
Christina McKenna, 66046. When making purchases that affect the city and our debt, especially considering the current path is not sustainable for the economy and constituents of Lawrence, many questions come to mind. In my home, when money gets tight, we look at what we already have and how to use our ingenuity. For instance, we have multiple buildings locally that would cost less and provide the ability for City Hall to grow, so meetings are more comfortably held with the volume of people who attend. The housing study meetings were held at the fairgrounds in large rooms. Could those be utilized for larger meetings? Potentially rotate them with large meeting rooms like the Carnegie Building, adjusted for sound. There are schools that are closed, like Broken Arrow. It's available for public school and other public uses, as I understand the quitclaim, so a purchase shouldn't be necessary. I'm aware the school district said it would take about $8 million to make it useful as an elementary school, but administrative spaces for about that cost would apparently be a steal, since you're considering tens of millions for the purchase and renovation of the World Building. Making those improvements to Broken Arrow also means that once we have enough money saved to make a better move, then it can be useful again to the school district. It keeps us from adding terribly to the debt, and it's only 10 minutes from here with plenty of parking. Other ideas are to build a few homes to use while we save some money. 10 $300,000 homes that could serve the city cost less than renovating Broken Arrow and have the added benefit of creating housing that can be sold when the city changes spaces after having the funds and less debt to do so in the 30 years we've told it could take to spend it down. Have fewer staff. If a business had the debt of the city and wanted to buy another location to grow, saying it's due to staff expansion, they would look into downsizing staff before spending all the money. Choose the more cost-effective solution from the consultants. It sounds like we're choosing convenience over cost savings. Evaluate honestly if the square footage is truly necessary. My family lives in a home that's around 3,000 square foot, and we found the more space you have, the more you grow to fill it. My child's secret rock collection continues to expand. Choose hybrid environments. My husband is one of many people who work from home, even while managing teams in India, Texas, New Mexico, and Kansas City. The point is, I think if we look for solutions that are outside the box, outside of what is normal for considering expansion, we might find things that are a little more cost-effective and better. Also, if you use partnerships with other companies in Lawrence, perhaps you can make a partnership that would actually make the entire thing cost far less than you expect it to at this point. Thank you.
Good evening, all. John Martin, 66046. I'm going to speak off the cuff tonight, so pardon me. When I think about the renovation and the cost here, I can think of very few reasons for why. The city hasn't sold me on it. I don't see the value add, and I see a ton of why nots. Our debt, first and foremost. This appears to be a want, not a need. I have seen no evidence so far that shows me this is going to, do anything more for the average citizen in Lawrence, the average taxpayer. They're not going to get diddly out of this. This is for the city and the employees. And if I'm wrong, sell me on it. Just looking at things right in front of me, I substantially believe that there's plenty of opportunity within this building to maximize space. 60% of the space in this room is off limits to the public. So you got five people back there on the die, and folks right in here, but the rest of us are out here. You could, if this is an example of how inefficient the rest of the building is, again, another why not? So we just took the Riverfront Mall off the tax rolls. I couldn't tell you how much each year that's going to cost us, but over the next decade, that's going to be a pretty substantial fund. Now we're taking two of the most valuable buildings on Mass Street and the densest commercial tax influx for the city off the market again with this move. How is that going to do anything for the economy in Mass Street? So, and I was shocked to hear the Chamber of Commerce rah-rah it. That doesn't do anything for the city's economy. It takes money, just more money from the taxpayers. So Lawrence in Mass Street is a huge tourist attraction for the entire state. But even the sales tax forecast is going down because we've got 20-something empty storefronts there. So again, how does this make people want to come back to Mass Street and spend money? The other thing I'd point out with the declining revenues, how are you going to have more affordable housing? When you're taking money off of the tax rolls again, by making this move, So that's less money for, helping out those that are in need with affordable housing, which is a true need in this community, and more money off the backs of the property taxpayers. So sell me on this. I am a strong proponent for a good government, a strong proponent for good government employees and giving them the tools they need to do your job. But you haven't sold me on this at all. And I think the community would agree with that. So thank you all.
Eric Hyde, sorry, 66046. So as far as I understand, this is just a agreement to annex buildings. And I think it's a great idea to annex all of them and just kind of figure out what we should do with each one of them. And I mean, I personally don't really like downtown. I am afraid every time I go downtown. But I used to really love it. So, but anyway, that's besides the point. I think I did like what the Chamber of Commerce lady said. I think that's a good vision. I don't know if it's completely possible, but I love this building. I met the architect who designed this building. He was very proud of it. And I think this building could do some stuff too. I don't really know, so I'm just kind of going with you guys. But, oh, and I just want to say that Broken Arrow idea, no. That was given to the city by Haskell. No. It's gonna go back to an elementary school, or it's gonna go back to Haskell. That's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Rebecca Britton, 66049. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate the questions that have been asked about this project. Personally, I have rather mixed feelings. I'm very empathetic to tight workspaces and a desire for windows and all those things. As I worked at the DA's office, back when the PD was still in that building, back before they had all the space they have now, we were literally 3 of us had desks in an 8x10 room. That's how 40 of the staff, anyone who wasn't an attorney, even some attorneys, were in cubicles. So I'm very empathetic to tight workspaces. I'm empathetic to it being uncomfortable when everyone's trying to make a phone call at the same time and you've got people 4 feet away from you. I'm just not sure that this is the right time given our city budget. I'm hesitant to say that we should spend our taxpayer dollars on it right now. On the other hand, there is something to be said for seizing an opportunity, and sometimes, and I do want to acknowledge that sometimes if you don't seize an opportunity, then maybe you don't get that opportunity again for another 20 or 30 years. So with that said, I'm not totally against the project, but I don't know, when we have another fire station that we need to build, and frankly, first responders that deserve raises, the farmers market that hasn't had a permanent place in 50 years, things like that, I would say maybe more higher on the priority list given our current budget crisis that we're in. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? How about online?
Yes. Stephen Watts.
I made a lot of comments. The Chamber of Commerce are all about themselves. They don't care about the town, and so who really cares what the heck they support? They're only supporting their $100,000 a year salaries to make sure each of them have a place to live. It's really kind of comical when you really look at it. And, you know, for the good doctor that was here trying to make a presentation who had submitted an audio report, why didn't the video expert, you know, that's a good title, the video expert, have it all relayed and set up and know that it wouldn't work so they could, you know, communicate with the guy that was trying to make the presentation? Isn't that what they're paid to do? Or are they only paid to support what you people want, which is what it's coming down to? You know, this building and people working in cubicles, so what? They don't need private offices. And how many of them actually work from home most of the time and keep these executive hours? Yeah, throw that clock up there. Thank you. It's helpful. You know, somebody else brought this up. The public are not allowed access to the bulk of the building that you guys are in. What the HE double toothpicks do we need a big building like the Journal World complex when nobody can go into it but the special people? I don't know. You tell me. Do we really need that much space, or are we just scratching somebody's back? You know, that's what it all comes down to. What are the names of the people selling the property, and what kind of deal are we getting for it? What is this push to get out of the building that the town government currently is in, particularly given the reality that the public cannot walk around in it? What's going on up there? You know, when we went through this the last time and they were going to, we were going to get the, the student loan building or whatever the hell it was. There were city employees that stepped forward and, you know, through anonymity because they were afraid of getting fired, noted that these space demands are really not so great. I understand expansion needs to happen eventually, but only when the public can access the same space. Thank you.
Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. I agree with utilizing the Carnegie building and updating your sound system over there. And people sit out in the commons area so they can talk. It has nothing to do with they don't feel welcome in the front area, but when you sit in the back, you can comment to each other back and forth about what's being said in the meeting. What about the train station? You know, I just saw on the payment that we made a big honking payment on that for the month. What about a couple of groups going over there to those rooms instead of having the whole thing just empty? I mean, they're only going to work during the day anyway, and I don't think the trains come through there except early in the morning and late at night. So I think I'm just very, very concerned that you guys will get the building and then all of a sudden magically we'll go from the 25 million for the MSO plant or whatever it was, 20 something, to all of a sudden it was 130 million. And now they've totally gone off the plan of what they originally were going to do with the MSO plant and who was going to move over there. And now they want more space to do something different. No, that's not the way it works. And we are in debt up to our eyeballs. So I think we just need to do with what we've got, buy them some dividers and some headphones and learn how to work together. I mean, their payment, their service, I'm sorry to tell you this, is not any better at the market rate pay than what they were before when they weren't paid as much as they are. When they're done with you, they're done with you. They're not going to return your call. They're not going to return your emails. They're just done with you. And that's very frustrating since I'm paying their income. Very frustrating. So no, I don't want to give them any more space at all because I don't see any improvement in my services. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Mayor, I had a quick follow-up question.
Yeah.
And it might be a question for Melinda, but when we had PDS and municipal court over in the Riverfront building, what was the usable space we were using over there? And I know we have at least one unit that's over at Amtrak, if my memory serves me correct.
We do, yeah. The Homeless Solutions Division and Homeless Response Team operates out of the Amtrak depot, and they utilize the whole back office space. They also kind of filter out into the lobby space there too. Most of the Amtrak depot, the public space is actually leased to Amtrak for their operations, so they have the rights to those. I'll just take the opportunity since I have the mic. Heard some good ideas about other city-owned properties, UP Depot or Carnegie Building. Those types of properties are like very heavily programmed through Parks and Recreation. So there's trade-offs to something like that. Taking space that is financially accessible for some families to have wedding receptions and family reunions and those sorts of things at those spaces.
And the square footage of the Riverfront when we had PDS and municipal court over there?
Going off of memory, I think it was between 12 and 15,000 total. We did just find that the court was 6,500 square feet, and that sounds about right, but we'd have to go back and confirm that PDS was in that same, around 9,000.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Around, like you said, around 15.
Other questions, comments?
To John's question, if we buy this, what's the fiscal impact of taking it off the books?
The tax revenue, I think the total tax bill for this year is $136,000. And sorry, I keep losing internet here tonight. So,
but that's not all ours.
That's not all ours. Yeah, $136,000 is the total tax bill, of which approximately $35,000 goes to the city.
Okay, I've got a few questions. First of all, I think there's a lot of I've heard from members of the public that they were they kind of felt blindsided that all of a sudden the purchase of a building is coming up. Can we explain land acquisition that cities, the way that we have to do it, why acquisitions are allowed in executive session, why we have to keep some of it out of the public, and then we can go into, we'll talk about the multiple conversations that have been had over the years. So, but Tony, do you want to go ahead and explain why land acquisition is allowed in executive session and what most cities have to do hypothetically if they want to acquire land or buildings?
Right. Yes, the Kansas legislature does recognize that if the discussions were had in a public meeting, then the city or the municipality could be at a disadvantage because the price that the municipality was willing to pay would be known, and that could increase the costs. So they do allow for discussions to be had in an executive session so that the negotiations and the price that the municipality is willing to pay is kept secret until the appropriate time when it's the ultimate choice of acquiring property is then made in a public meeting after negotiations have concluded.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the public understands some of the ways that local governments have to do these things. I also, if for those in the public, I completely recognize it's hard to stay on top of all the projects that the city has going. This has been going on we've been discussing this particular project, the City Hall reconfiguration, since October 10th of 2023, I think is the first time that it was put on one of the agendas. So I do want to make sure that people know that this has been in discussion. Okay. We will be acquiring the riverfront property. We were occupying the riverfront property. What would it take to occupy it again, to put the staff in there? Do we have that approximate cost?
We do not. We've not evaluated, recently the renovations that would be needed, but we vacated it because of the significantly deteriorating conditions.
Right.
So I should probably be careful what I say publicly.
Yeah.
But I would imagine, it's going to need new HVAC. It may need some significant environmental remediation. It was new roof. It was not a good condition when we left.
Okay. One thing that I have been asking for, I recognize staff is busy, but we're building a $130 million MSO campus with the assumption that we'll be vacating several buildings. So it would be my expectation that we're going to be selling those buildings soon. Do we have any information on that? We can't talk about the properties, but I'd love to know how many public buildings we have, how many we're vacating because of the MSO campus, and maybe an approximate market value.
Yeah. Good question, Commissioner. We are working on appraisals of those properties, and it will be our plan to bring those forward as, with a recommendation for sale, so we can help pay off, finance the debt with the proceeds of those sales. Just going off of kind of the top of my head, there are a number of properties that we can sell, including the Traffic Operations Center, which is the original Public Works headquarters right in the middle of the Pinckney neighborhood, around Clinton Park, if you can picture that. The Swan Building, which stands for Solid Waste Annex North, which is where we do a lot of our container maintenance. It's also where we cram as many of our solid waste diesel engine trucks in whenever we have significant weather, especially in the winter, so we can keep those diesel engines from gelling. So we kind of do a Tetris situation in the space that we would otherwise be doing container maintenance and welding on. The MSO administrative staff that worked in City Hall previously are all crammed into office spaces, cubicles basically in that building, and the rest are working remotely or in rotating remote assignments. We have our central maintenance garage. Part of that property is in the floodplain with the Burroughs Creek area, so that's right around Haskell and 11th Street. There's some property there that we could sell when central maintenance garage, which supports our whole entire fleet, all our fleet and equipment, moves to the MSO campus. Across the street, we have what I call the old Public Works yard. That is not really developable land because it's either encumbered by floodplain, and a lot of it is actually in the floodway, including some of our buildings, including our fueling station and buried fuel tanks. It's in the floodway of that creek. So, we park our trash trucks there most of the time. We have our sanding operations, so dump trucks where we load them up with sand spreaders for the winter. That's parked there. We have to do a complex operation every time we get wet weather events like we've had here recently, and get those out of the floodway to make sure we don't start floating trucks down into the Kaw River. We've got our what I call the old utilities yard, which is in the middle of the Pinckney neighborhood also, at the Kaw water treatment plant. And so it's kind of down the hill sort of towards Bircham Park, and that's where we've been running essentially our whole utilities field operation with all of the pipes and hydrants and everything that's underground. We also use yard space out of what we call the West 40, which is out on Wakarusa around the Clinton water treatment plant, for some additional laydown space and spoils from projects and that sort of thing. It's another fueling station out there. So we've been piecing together a public works and utilities and stormwater and solid waste operation for 50 years or longer. So the MSO campus is going to provide just an incredible opportunity to bring all of those teams together, all of those teammates together, and get them into purpose-built facilities that are safe and that are, efficient operationally and secure. So.
Okay, well, we have a need. There's no doubt, right? From 1950, I think we had a need for some different alternatives for MSO as well. We're going to spend $130 million or so on a campus. We're looking at potentially, or it's being asked that we fund $12 million in renovations for a building. We really need to start seeing more revenue. So I will say this. I do think the purchase of the building is viable. I could support that. I will not support a renovation right now until we know what the heck's going on with debt. We need a new municipal advisor. I've been saying this over and over again. I want to see what we can sell our land for. I want to know what efficiencies are being brought to MSO because of a $130 million building. I want all of that stuff before we dive in, because all the public sees us do is spend a lot of money. I would love to see us spend this amount of time talking about how we're going to bring major businesses that can bring industry that our community can have better paying jobs, right? So I'm not discounting in any way that this is needed, and you guys have been working on it for a while, but I think sometimes we might have to pause. This whole point is whether we should buy the building. I am in favor of buying the building. That doesn't mean we even have to use it for a city hall. We could use it for an economic development initiative. The sky's the limit, right? But I'm just going to say right now, I will support purchasing the building. We will move from there as we figure out the rest of the stuff that I've asked about. That's just my stance.
I'll jump in and say, I think I agree with a lot of the things that you just said. I mean, to me, there's a need. At one point we were talking about buying this half the building, with Alarm.com buying the other half. I mean, to me, we don't need the whole building. No one's, suggesting we need the whole building. And the question for me is, in particular with the ability to have the Riverfront Mall, like I mentioned before, I'm excited to see a possibility of, a public-private partnership, combining, the Joan Will building, the City Hall building, the parking garage, what's currently at Riverfront, talking about, the farmers market. Someone mentioned, could you build an 18,000 square foot building closer to us? Possibly. Could you be part of a larger project? Could someone want to build 6 stories on top of the parking garage, and we have a floor over there? Could someone want to build a 6-story building on, I'm making these things up, a 3-story building on top of the Joan Will building, whatever it is. I think there's possibilities to look at. And so I do agree that I'm in favor of buying the building and looking at it, looking at the whole area. I certainly would need a lot more information before I supported any particular expansion of City Hall. I do think we need different and better space, in particular for municipal court. When we had municipal court in the riverfront, it was great. It was secure. It was good space to be used. It was separate from everything else until the air conditioner stopped working and the roof leaked on top of them, and we had to leave. But if we could get a space like that with to me, that's one of the biggest needs. And people have mentioned different things about people working from home and all that. I mean, the municipal court is, a 7:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock operation, 5 days a week, with often, 50 to 100 people waiting to get in, trials going on. You can't do that from home. You can't do those from cubicles. You need the space to operate the municipal court, and it's something we have to provide for. Instead, we do it here. People are lined up outside, someone coming in for the utility bills, walking through. It's just not a workable situation. So there are some, you can use all sorts of examples about, well, why can't you do this and why can't you do that? But there's some real needs that we've been talking about for a long time, and that we need to fix, which are different from when we started. When we started this project, municipal court was still open over there. We weren't even talking about municipal court, and PD had a location. We weren't even talking about that. We were talking about the other uses. So the need is actually greater now, in my mind, than it was before. But that doesn't mean we rush into a solution that we regret later. But I do think this gives us a unique opportunity. I mean, back to the tax question, I would think there's a good possibility that much of that Mass Street property could end up in private hands, and could be used, not as City Hall on Mass Street, but as some private use, paying taxes, and and sales tax and property taxes. And I think a lot of this use in this area we can do the same with. And I wholeheartedly agree that if we have failed if 10 years from now the city owns all this property and it's all just a government a complex, all this property together from the riverfront through, I looked at it the other day, it's almost 9.5 acres of land between the Journal World, this building, the parking garage, the whole riverfront, the parking lot past the riverfront. You have a lot of acreage there that we need to put to use, not only for the community but also for the taxes. And I look forward to that discussion. And know for the people in the room who are concerned about the money being spent later on possibly being spent later on expansion of renovations, there'll be a whole nother multiple meetings on that and a whole lot more discussion before we ever get close to authorizing those sorts of expenditures. But this is step one to me, which is getting control of the land that's so close to what we have and will give us lots of possibilities. So I'll support this acquisition.
No, I concur with you, Mayor. I know, and I appreciate Commissioner Polian bringing up just the idea of what we can utilize this building for, while also speaking to the need for infrastructure and for growth. And I think we are positioning ourselves with a lot of our public service infrastructure to be able to handle whatever growth we have, and what that looks like, whether it's university growth, our own personal growth, as we talk about expansion west of K10. So, a lot of this conversation started in 2023, and we talked about, how do we maximize, the use of City Hall, and how do we make it more public facing? And we've talked about, public meeting spaces. We've talked about incubator space. There's a lot of different things that I think the commission and internally has talked about that would be exciting to be able to have those conversations more public facing with the acquisition of this building. So, to the point that the mayor said, our goal is not to take away current public meeting space that the community says that we need more of. This may be an opportunity for us to create more space, create more opportunities to bring people downtown, to be able to frequent more. So this could be an opportunity for us to capture more individuals, more of our community into the downtown space. And I know with the riverfront piece, I know that came up in conversations before, and knowing that there are some structural infrastructure needs for riverfront that I think would not make that a good use that would not be a good use of our funds at this time for that, because that could be a bigger, as we talk about leveraging public-private partnerships. This definitely puts us in a position to do that. But I do appreciate the fact that we know this is going to be a phased approach. We had staff talk about, we have the North Corridor study that we can possibly be able to carve out funding for us to do a deeper dive into Riverfront. That could potentially spill over to some of the master plan and phased approach that staff has talked about with the Journal World building. There's a lot of opportunity here for us that is a public benefit that speaks to the need of staff, but there's always been a public benefit in mind with this entire project. So I do support the acquisition of it, and I do support us moving forward with how do we use this space to create more of a gathering and increased public use than we see and that we currently can provide in this building right now.
So, just two questions for me. So, Brandon, in terms of the expected growth, what have you guys forecast for expected growth for city staff over the next 5 to 10 years or something like that?
For the departments that we studied for the City Hall project, it's 187 employees.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then I just wanted to double click on one thing. So when the MSO plant opens this year, it will be full, office space wise, or minus 2 offices.
We will have workstations for a couple dozen people. We have chosen to put some non-supervisors in offices now due to the work they do. Could they, in the future, those positions work from a cubicle? Possibly.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I have a really quick question, Melinda, for you. How long's the temp note on the 3.5 million?
It's a 1-year temp note. Since there were so many unknowns with this project, we just did a 1-year temp note with the hope that by next spring we would have the direction on what the plan was for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just to come around, I mean, I agree with my fellow commissioners on this one. I really do like the idea of a public-private partnership, a larger plan for the river. I also do believe that a lot of people in the community, myself included, are just hesitant to put another large project on the books. And it doesn't sound like we're going to do that. It's going to be a whole lot more discussions. But I do think it would be interesting to say, hey, if we need better space than here, let's talk to our friends at the county, or let's talk to our friends at the school. Like, we could use those rooms if needed. There are municipal buildings that have been paid for by all of our taxes. There's one at the end of 14th and Mass. We could ask about space that's at the school district, at the 70 interchange, either Broken Arrow School or some other schools where we could use that space to be able to fill gaps. And, not that staff here would have to sit in the little wooden desks or anything. Use some of that money to sort of retrofit those spaces to be able to make that available rather than spending $33 million new dollars. So I don't know what that looks like from a discussion perspective, but I would love to see if something like that could go forward.
We have had discussions in the past about using the school district building, for city commission. The problem becomes, for city commission, it could be a pretty good space. The problem is all the other meetings we have that conflict with. It's one day you say, well, you only use city commission on Tuesday nights, but what about, planning commission? And we have meetings on Wednesday nights that you can't do, and we have meetings on Monday nights that you can't do, if school district. So when you look at all the uses of this room, it becomes a little harder. Now, most of the meetings, besides the city commission, don't need this big of a room. So we've talked about in the past, in particular, the school district room, because it's real big doing the city commission over there. But it doesn't really solve the problem of you still need, this for other open meetings. But definitely a discussion. To me, again, this was the last iteration of this. In lots of places, the municipal court is separate from the city commission chambers, but in some places they're the same, and they have different needs. But I think that's something we'd really want to think about And if we decide not to use that space, in both, then I do think we have to look at alternatives. So, yeah, I think that's definitely something we need to continue to have conversations about.
Yeah, I mean, and I've heard, I think it was Brandon or Casey, talk about like magnetometers and making sure like there's a security aspect to that space, which is obviously different than other municipal spaces.
Yeah, yep. It does look like Commissioner Devo has been able to join us. I don't know if he wants to jump in at this point.
Yeah, thanks. If you have a minute.
You have 3.
Yep.
Okay. I look forward to that in the future, by the way. So for me, I appreciate what all the commissioners have kind of already mentioned. I'm not going to waste everybody's time trying to regurgitate my notes because everyone's already kind of said everything that's been a benefit. And I think Amber summed it up pretty best, I think, because of the public benefit that comes from the public control over this asset. It doesn't come along very often, and it's in a place and a time where we really don't know where we want to be. So it seems like a good opportunity to try to capture some of that space for the community, and then also provide better space for the community to come to meetings and also feel safer when they do so. Because as somebody else mentioned, a lot of the problems associated with increasing security at our public meetings is based on our ability to control the space. And I feel like we really need to focus on that as leadership, and I hope this helps us do that. But I want to comment, I'm really not in the business of acquiring real estate. I feel like the city doesn't need to be involved in buying land and speculating on it. It kind of is not something that I would want to participate in, but for its proximity to City Hall and the fact that we do need space and we need to determine how to best use the space that we've acquired. But I agree with other commissioners that we need to do another inventory on all of our real estate and make a concerted effort to try to sell what we can and or trade what we can to to our best benefit, so that we don't continue to acquire more property on the tax rolls that is not paying property tax, because that's not a formula for success. And on the other hand, with the way this space is being utilized and the way it's vacant, I feel like it's our responsibility to try to make sure something happens here. So for that reason, I'm looking forward to getting it and then deciding how we're going to move forward with our plans for City Hall.
Thank you. With that, I'd look for a motion.
Move that we authorize the acting city manager to purchase 609 New Hampshire Street and 603 Massachusetts Streets, known as the World Building, for the location of an annex of City Hall, and to execute a bill of sale and all other documents identified in the attached agreement for the sale and purchase of commercial real estate and necessary for the acquisition of this property.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sello, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Omar. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to item number 3, which is to receive the report from the McGrath Human Resources Group, updating the current compensation schedule dated February 2019, and to consider implementing the recommended salary adjustments as outlined in the report if appropriate.
Kurt, can you pull up?
I mean, there's the Word document, is it the other one?
No.
It's a PowerPoint.
Yeah, I sent you the PowerPoint, Kurt.
Oh, okay, sorry, I have it.
This is the right one, yes.
Okay, hang on, I'm almost there.
I'm assuming your PowerPoint's going first. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I just didn't, I'm sorry.
And as we get that pulled up, welcome to your first presentation as our new Human Resources Director. We got you on by 9:30.
Thank you, Mayor.
Get used to this. This is common. But appreciate you being here. Look forward to your presentation.
I think Victoria is also trying to share hers at the same time. So Victoria, if you can just wait to share yours. I just wanted to make sure she could hear me.
Thank you, Sheila.
Okay.
Okay, Kurt, I think you should be good if you could try again. I just kept saying both, Paul.
You guys were fighting?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioner. Shakiva Christian, Director of Human Resources. I just want to give you a brief background on the compensation plan for the City of Lawrence and a brief update on the Health and Wellness Fund. Just a little background. We did a compensation study in 2018 utilizing the McGrath Consulting Group, recognizing that non-represented employees had a lag in their compensation. So the city implemented recommendations in 2022 and 2023 with approximately $5 million in investment. For 22 and 23, $4 million in investment. That 2022 wage adjustment, or 2022 investment was for wage adjustments, conversions of the pay plan, and some additional pay grade adjustments. The objective in 2018 was to attract talent, recognize internal worth of jobs and pay accordingly, and to meet competitive pay levels with chosen market within our available resources. And then we also wanted to ensure consistency in administration and application of pay practices. And then we also wanted to ensure that the pay plan and the decisions made regarding the pay plan were fair and based on categories such as race, sex, gender, religion, and so forth. The findings of the 2018 study showed that the city had not kept pace with the external market in terms of market minimums and the midpoint, excuse me. Employees were not progressing through the pay structure. Basically, when we had, prior to the 2018 study, there was an open range. There was no way to progress through the ranges as there is today, based on some changes that have been made. There were also some internal inequities, which resulted in things such as compression. Some of the unions may receive increases or adjustments to their pay ranges at different rates than maybe the supervisory ranges and so forth. So we wanted to fix that. So after the 2018 study, it was recommended that we receive 2 increases per year, one by the market indicators or general rate wage adjustment, and then the other by a step increase. So there were 2 different increases that were granted starting or as a result of the 2018 study. The study also recommended that we review the schedule every 3 to 5 years. And then just a little bit of historical information regarding our different pay plans and the increases that have been received since 2020. Just an overview of what each group received. Most have received step increases in addition to a wage adjustment. And just for your information, the IAFF grid is a 9-step plan with a 5% spread between each range. The LPOA, police union, has 10 steps with also a 5% range spread between each step. And then our primary plan, which is our non-union, has a 5% spread for steps 1 through 8, and 9 and 10 at a 2.5% increase. Our Teamsters is similar or the same as the Teamsters. Steps 1 through 8, a 5% increase between steps, and 9 and 10 have 2.5% wage increases. Moving on to the Health and Welfare Fund, I just wanted to give some updates on that. We wanted to give you some information on that plan and some changes that potentially need to be made with respect to that. Ideally, we do want our revenues between employee and employer for premium contributions for dependent coverage to be 65% for the employer and 35% for the employee. Currently, you can see that our plans range anywhere from 88% employer covered to 86% employer covered for premiums for all of our family plans. So for 2027, we're looking to potentially increase the employer contribution by $19,000 per position, and then or 20% increase to the employee contribution. We want to put at least a 20% premium increase into the budget. We do have a new broker coming in, Gallagher, who will do some claims analysis that may have some additional changes or suggestions for changes as a result of the claims analysis. And we also need to review the retiree rates, but we feel like 20% is a good placeholder for now. So with that, if there aren't any questions, we can go into Dr. McGrath's presentation.
Dr. McGrath, you're on mute if you...
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was looking for the button. So thank you very much for the opportunity. You've had a rather long agenda today, and so I'll try to keep this relatively brief and only take up another hour or two of your time. I'm only kidding on that. So just for those folks who do not know me, I'm Dr. Victoria McGrath. I'm CEO of McGrath Human Resources Group. We were founded in the year 2000. So we are now celebrating our 26th anniversary in business. Currently, we have a little bit over 700 client projects in 42 different states. We have had the pleasure of working with the city on some previous studies as well. We'll give a little bit of history of that. There are two sides to the business. McGrath Consulting Group, Inc. Specializes in public safety consulting. So they do police, fire, EMS, and dispatch. And then we take on human resources projects from the county level on down. We conducted, as your HR director has indicated, the initial compensation study was completed in the late 2018, 2019. We did find that there was obviously some drastic issues with that plan at that point in time. We separated the plan out into two different projects. Usually we do something called a point factor analysis along with a compensation study. And at that point in time, we did the compensation study first, and then we did the point factor analysis in developing the compensation strategy, etc., in a separate project that followed it. We then did another compensation plan update in 21 and found out that you have made, at that point in time, some significant advancement in making sure that you are comparable to the market. There were some still tweaks that needed to be done, but you had definitely improved your standing. And I'm happy to say, and then of course we did a compression analysis again for police and fire in 2023. So we've had the opportunity to be in your location on numerous occasions. The scope of this study was very limited. It was just really to address the current compensation system and look at the external market and determine whether or not those salary ranges have remained competitive and if there are any positions that need to be moved into different pay grades based upon market conditions. We did not do any type of classification evaluation, which means that we did not take a look at positions and determine should they change positions because of job responsibilities. This was really strictly looking at, has your compensation system kept up with the external market? So it was very limited in that we talked with HR, we talked with administration, and then any department who wanted to talk to us because maybe they had something that had changed or was different within their organization, and 11 departments did meet with us. The city wanted a little bit more transparency with your representative groups, so we actually met with members of the IAFF, the LPOA, and a representative for both of your Teamsters groups. And during that, we talked about the compensation schedule, we talked about the comps, making sure that everybody was okay with the strategy and methodology that we were going to be using. This is a list of comparable organizations that were determined. There are some where we were only able to get, obviously, fire only, but we were able to get stuff from everybody except for the Water One Water District. They chose not to participate, but we did get pretty good data from all these organizations. We did the compensation analysis. We did a couple things. In the previous studies, we could developed an average, and then we have a proprietary formula that we utilize in which we can eliminate any outliers. And the representative groups had a little bit problem with that because I wasn't going to show them what that was. So instead, what we did this time was we developed just a pure average and we developed a median. And so therefore the average does contain outliers. It did not remove them. And the median, of course, was used when appropriate. And when I looked at comparing them, this data set to your salary schedule, I used either the average or the median, which was ever greater. We developed a comp ratio for the non-bargaining groups. A comp ratio evaluates the position to the market, and for the union groups, which is something we usually don't do, is we developed a dollar difference or a variance between their current salary and the average and or the median salary. And in the end, I've got to applaud the city. You guys have done a phenomenal job. If we use the average, there's only 16% of the positions, and that it sounds like a lot, but considering the number of positions we have, it really is very little. Only 16% of the positions were under the average market, and only 8% were under the median market. So the effort and the work that you have done in putting money onto this plan has definitely paid off because there were very few changes that we had to make as a result of that. And so the positions, there's just a few positions that we're recommending that move to a pay grade. What I did is I asked the city, what are you planning to put on the salary schedule for the next year? So I added, they thought they could be, you'd be looking at about a 2.5% increase. So when I added that 2.5% onto the schedule, again, it minimized the number of positions that had to be changed because that 2.5% then allowed a number of positions to fall into place. When it comes to the police and firefighters schedules, those schedules have some, with all the ranks that you have, it gets to be a little bit more challenging on a market update if you want to really change anything. And so I'm recommending that you consider during your negotiations eliminating step 1. By doing that, the step 2 or step 3 gets it closer in line with the market rate. There is no need at this point in time to add a step at the end, but if that's something that's negotiated, it's not going to be, a showstopper. And then there are there's just a few positions here where even after we added that 2.5% out of the schedule, the market has somehow changed a little bit that we needed to move positions into a different pay grade. And that list is here as well as it was on in the report that we distributed. I did talk with Human Resources to make sure if we moved any of these positions, did we have any internal equity or compression problems, and so those were discussed as well. So in the end, you guys have done a great job. Continue to put an increase on the salary schedule as much as possible. We typically recommend CPIU or another economic indicator. Obviously, the city has been using something, so keep using that. Continue to increase, the person into the next step. You're getting rather large, so the only suggestion I have in the future is just maybe changing your system, keeping the same structure of the step system, but we do something now called job families, where it allows a little bit more flexibility to make changes within a job family than affect the entire organization's salary schedule. So, for example, you'd put all of your skilled labor, a lot of your positions would be in a skilled labor classification. There's an administrative classification. There could be a professional or technical classification and a managerial. So that way, as things change in the market, you're really only concerned with changing what's in that family versus changing the entire compensation system. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to stop talking, and I will answer any questions that anybody has.
Okay, do we have questions?
Yeah, since I'm newer here, could you help me? Could you define market, how you're using it in the study?
Sure. Market is usually, in this case, it's the average market rate. So, and I'm not sure why my camera here, sorry about that. my video's off. There we go. So the average market rate is typically a number that a person gets to within 3 to 5 years. It's represented that I'm truly capable and competent of doing the job, and that is represented usually halfway through your salary schedule, and your current salary schedule shows that the midpoint of that salary schedule is where the average market rate is. But it is, in this case, it's either the average of the data points without removing outliers, or it's the median of those data points.
And those data points are from the 19 towns that are listed in the study?
That's correct. That's correct.
How does median income for each of those towns factor into this discussion? Or does it?
It doesn't. We utilize the same set of comps that were used in the last study, and that was developed with department directors and with city administration, and they chose during this study, they wanted to use the same comparable list as last time for consistency.
You mentioned the comps that you included, administration, executive leadership. Did any of the unions have the opportunity to provide input into the comps?
Yes, they were discussed at each one of those meetings that we had with the IFF LPOA, and with the Teamsters didn't show, the employees for the Teamsters didn't show up at that meeting, only their rep did. So he wasn't sure why he was there, but we shared that list with him and he thought it was okay, so.
There's a list of, obviously, adjustments you're recommending to some of the pay grade changes. And just curious, looking at your chart, only about 2% are above the 70%. But are there any, I guess, that should go the other way from a change from a current pay grade to a lower pay grade?
Typically, we don't do that. It's something that usually doesn't sell very well with employees. But if there were any positions where we felt that we're overpaid, and there really weren't, your numbers came in very good for where they are. So off the top of my head, there's nothing that I said, oh my God, this is so overpaid, you need to do something about it. I think it's because you've kept up on studies throughout the last couple of years that it really kind of minimized that.
Okay.
Can you give a little bit of an example with the comp ratio for an employee that's making $50,000 for the public, and what we're saying we're using 45%? Can you explain that for the public consumption?
Sure. Usually we look at 50% being the average market rate, and so obviously you cannot get to just 50%. I mean, you've got to have a little bit of a range around that. Before COVID, we used to use a 10% range around the 50%. So if you were paid between 40 and 60%, you were paid within market, and it was the salary range was being paid appropriately. Since COVID and since we're having since we had a number of inflationary years, that 10% really wasn't very realistic anymore. So we basically said, okay, if you're 5% below the 50 percentile, then at least we need to take a look at it. Anything above the 45%, you were actually, it was still within range. So, and I'm trying to pull up your analysis with it. So, comp ratio would basically mean, let's say, for example, if the market says, your starting salary starts at $28.42. The market says that it should start at $31. It's a 40% comp ratio. It's basically dividing your salary divided by the market data, and then obviously we subtract 0.5 in order to get it at 50%. And so this this position that I just talked about has a 40% comp ratio, we need to take a look at it and say, okay, is this salary range still appropriate for this position, or do we need to change it? And so that's what we look at initially. What is that ratio to the average market minimum?
Okay, how, on to something else. How did you get did you just throw job titles at the comps, or what was that process?
Sure. What we typically do is we used to do a salary survey, and we used to send it out to HR departments of the comparable organizations. We found, however, that HR people just don't drop everything they're doing and filling out a survey. So what we've decided to do since then, and we've been doing it for about the last 8 or 9 years, is we ask for their data. Give us your salary schedule. Give us what people are actually making. We don't need identifiers, but tell me if we're looking at a custodian, what are the salaries of custodians, so we can see what people are actually making. Then we align those positions to your positions. It allows us a better way to align those positions versus just looking at a job title. If we have any concerns about the job title in the comparable organization, we will go to the websites and see if we can find job descriptions to see if we're getting a match between those positions, so that we have a good alignment, and we're not just saying, okay, let's pick a good example. I'm just not comparing an administrative assistant to an administrative assistant. An administrative assistant can be anything these days, from somebody who's just a receptionist to somebody who's the assistant to the city manager. So we spend some time looking at those job descriptions to make sure we have a good alignment.
Let me follow up on that real quick if I can. I had a similar question. The ones that seem to be the most, besides the ones you've identified, the ones that seem to be outliers a little bit, tend to be positions with, I think, unique. Because, so what I'm looking at, for example, is our parking control officer, 55%, and our parking manager, 47%, but our parking field supervisor is at 100%. So it looks like, I'm guessing there's not a lot of other parking field supervisors that we're comparing to, as opposed to everyone probably has a parking control officer, everyone probably has a parking manager. Are some of these comparing to a much smaller subset than, some of the more common positions, or how's that done?
Yeah, there's going to be positions where we have limited data on, and so either it's not listed because I don't feel the data, it's too diverse, and it's not representative of the position. And some of them are, you only have a couple of them, but as long as I've got a nice tight pattern there, I'll use that data. The other thing that we've utilized, especially for positions like the parking manager, in January of this year, we subscribed to a third-party compensation system called ERI, the Economic Research Institute. It gathers salary data from hundreds of thousands of organizations, technically throughout the world. I only care about the United States. So we did run a report for some of the positions that are a little bit more unique in your organization, and said, okay, give us, I can't say what organization it is, but okay, give me, the Overland Park area for this type of position for parking managers, and we can do it both public and private. So we did run both. I'm skeptical about using the private sector sometimes, but at least I can say, okay, here's what the private sector is doing. Are you close to that number, or are you, do we need to get closer to that number, depending upon what it is. So the private sector data is not integrated into any of these calculations. It's kind of off to the side for me to take a look at and say, is it close to that? And especially for your trades positions, because that's where a lot of the rub comes in. A lot of your competition may not be another municipality, but it's other firms that use folks that have CDLs and have, mechanics and things of that nature. So that's a good check, so to speak, to see where we are with those numbers.
The questions at the moment?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to stick with the comps for a little bit. These comps are all over the place. Can you describe, I mean, I get it. We chose what we used in 2018. Why did we choose them in 2018? And did we evaluate these to ensure that they're appropriate? City of Wichita, a little different. When we talk about Lenexa, again, different. And are we taking into consideration, you may have already answered this, but maybe I'll ask it. Did you take into consideration cost of living? So the difference that the wage will go, right? If, did you guys take into?
We did not this time. I'd have to go back to what we did back in 2018. No offense, I don't remember. But there's different ways to develop comps. And one of the ways is to say, okay, where are you losing people to? Where's your, where would you like to recruit from? What's a driving distance? You know, what's within an hour or an hour and a half drive? Because that's where most of your people are going to be coming from. And then said, okay, here's what that list should be. We then give it to the city and say, okay, based upon hearing all the department directors, this is what they wanted back in 2018. And then it's the city has to approve those comps before we ever go forward. Because what we don't want is all of a sudden people at the 11th hour saying, well, why didn't you include this? Why didn't you include that? So that's what we did back in 2018. This time, again, the decision was made just to use those lists. Now, in the past, I never really worried too much about if a city paid higher or lower because we used our formula that eliminated those outliers. You know, I've said this for 26 years. You know, employees want me to always include the highest paying municipalities, and elected officials want me to use all the lowest paying municipalities, and I don't make either one of you happy because I'm going to pull those out. In this case, because of the issues with the unions, we did not do that. So those averages do include outliers that are too high or too low. Now, fortunately, there aren't that many of them because I would have been very cognizant to say, hey, wait a second, this is really sticking out here. But we did not do that time based upon conversations with human resources and what the labor unions wanted. So I don't think it's skewed it that much, because as much as there might have been a high one in, there's a low one in that kind of canceled it out. I'm comfortable to say that I don't think anything is skewed out of proportion.
Okay, and for our Ms. Toomey and Mr. McGuire, did we have any of our collective bargaining units give feedback on the comps? Because the comps are everything, right? So I keep hitting the comps. Did we get any feedback from the collective bargaining units? I'm hearing that they were able to give input. I want to make sure that they were able to, and then did we have any pushback on these comps?
We have received feedback. I'll leave it to them to describe it as pushback or not. I think we've had conversations about specific ones and wondered why Norman, Oklahoma was there, or wondered why a particular agency might be there. I don't remember the rationale for what we decided back in 2018 either. I don't know that anybody who is involved in that is still with our organization to tell us, but I think there are some that we continue to feel maybe outliers. But in the interest of moving forward with the study, I think we all have agreed that we can spend all of our time trying to reach perfection when it comes to the comparables, or we can realize, as Dr. McGrath pointed out, that they won't skew the conclusions so greatly that we would make different conclusions. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So, if we were to implement this, when's Jan 1? Because calendar fiscal year, or?
That's a good question. I think what we have assumed is that we would use this study to inform the budget recommendations that we're making for you for 27. So that would be January 1st of 2027. Is that your question?
Yes.
There was, I think, one year when we started this, we did it like halfway through the year for budget reasons, so.
We have done some things like that where we've said you get your general wage adjustment in January, and then it used to be that you got your step increase on your anniversary date. I think we've moved away from that with all the groups. I shouldn't speak to that off the top of my head without looking at all the current agreements. That's what happens when you've been around for 20 plus years, you forget.
I guess I have a question before we open it up. Obviously, we're receiving this report, and obviously we are going to talk about, the budget eventually. But so I guess the action items as in implement the recommended salary adjustments as outlined in the report, is that referring to the 6 or 7 movements of classifications, or are you asking us to approve the 2.5% tonight?
I think we're open to what direction you provide. If there are specific recommendations that you think we should move forward with, that would be helpful. But I think maybe a good starting point would be general philosophy about what you've heard from Dr. McGrath. If you agree with the methodology that she's outlaid, I think that's more what we're looking for. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I just want to be sure, so then the commenters can also comment on what we might be doing tonight. Okay, other questions?
I was going to say, I'm happy to receive the report, but I would rather talk about implementation in the budget process.
Yeah.
Holistic.
Exactly.
With everything else. That's just me, if everyone's good with it.
Well, and I would say also there's obviously some of the even pay grade changes relate to police and fire, which I assume will be part of the negotiation. So probably not something we take action on tonight either. So, yeah, again, I tend to say we receive it, and then, we'll have lots of more budget discussions, including one tonight, but much more coming forward. So,
Casey, question about the philosophy that Dr. McGrath laid out. Where do you see us recruiting from? Do you see us recruiting from Johnson County, more from Topeka, like more to the west, more to the east, mixed bag?
I think it depends on the position, that we're talking about. Not all cities provide all services, so that driving distance grows depending on what other opportunities are available. So I don't know if I'm getting at what you're after, but I think it kind of depends by position. There are different service delivery models too. That's something we've talked about with our public safety groups, that if you're a transport agency, if you're not a transport agency, is it appropriate to compare ourselves to those? If we provide an AEMT level of service, if we provide ALS or BLS, there's very complex conversations held at all of the tables that these conversations are going on at about these comparables, and if, what makes them appropriate and what maybe doesn't, and they're not consistent across our organization.
Just so I know, what's ALS and BLS? I haven't heard that one before.
Those are different types of EMS service. Oh, sorry.
I think the other thing, I think some of these comps were added back in 2018 because you're a university town. And so some of them wanted to have, the types of issues and concerns you deal with in a university town might be different than someone that doesn't have a university town. So I know that's why a couple of those were added, because they had, similar type of university situations.
Being a parking manager in Lawrence is different than some of the places.
Hey, Brad, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Doctor, do you have an opinion on how to your point about being a university town, do you feel like do we have a poll? And I think to get to Mike's question, what do you think a geographic poll is to this area? And are we realistically, and I don't really care about the numbers, but are we using realistic geographic comps to people that would actually be interested in our jobs? I mean, that's what I'm most interested in. So if you could speak to that.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of the comps that you have here are comps that, we continually see when we work in the Kansas market. I will say, and I forgot to say it earlier, the original comp also had the city of Raytown, Missouri, and I made the executive decision to pull that out. It was just, the positions were just not comparable. It was pulling everything down, and so I made the decision not to keep that one in because it just was not viable. Yeah, I think so. They're the heavy hitters. They're the ones that everybody always refers to. Yeah, I think they're pretty good. I think the problem I have a little bit is you got to know what they are, but I have a problem with the fire districts. I mean, because the fire districts are a totally different animal, and they have a different funding source, and they don't have to spread their money over all these different types of departments and programs. You have to know what they pay. I'm not saying that you don't need to know that, but you've got some pretty lucrative fire districts in your state.
Do you think we pull from 100 miles away if we have a good enough job? Do we? I mean,
I think depending upon the position, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't think an administrative assistant's going to do it, but I think if you get in some of you've got a lot of technical professional positions, especially through your MSO. I think you could pull somebody very easily.
That's what I was thinking, especially since we have such a diverse level of service, whether it's in water, treatment and or provision, sewage, and then MSO in general. Seems like if you want to do something in a city that's seems to have not too large of a footprint, it would be a good place, like from that level. But I just was curious if using comps from areas, I mean, people, scoff at these geographic comps, and I don't because I'm sitting in Oregon right now. So it's like, the world is flat and, like people come from all over. So I would love to know that we're interesting to other people from outside. And I want to make sure that we have market pay. And I like that we're using these geographic comps, but I also know it kind of makes, it's hard for people to comprehend that these are realistic comparisons, I guess.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll add to that, Commissioner Dever. I think another way to look at this is also the relationship to state government as well, to local government. You'll see some individuals who may do a vice versa, especially for like our MSO type departments, even for, I would even say, a HR department. You may have someone that's worked in administration on a state level that, depending on the numbers and what your market salary is looking like, it might be more feasible for them to take their talent to a local municipality than take. So I think there's regional, if you look at it from the perspective of state government and how state government has struggled to stay competitive in their markets. So you may see folks that may look to, communities like ours to be like, hey, I can make $8,000 to $15,000 more, still have a comparable, wage of living, or maybe a little bit better, but I'm not driving so far, or it's worth the 20-minute drive if you have someone if we recruit someone from outside of the city.
Good point.
Yeah, I had one quick question because I know we're receiving this on compensation. And Shakiva, you kind of slid in there a health and wellness fund slide. So I see the preliminary budget recommendation, and I see the proposed estimated. So just can you clarify to me what's going to be in the proposed budget, and do you need us to say, yes, we agree with this?
I don't know as far as the decision tonight, but I think Ally's preparing to put in at 20% for the health.
Okay.
And wellness.
So this is just to tell us this is on the horizon.
Yes.
Be prepared.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's the number that's been in the budget numbers that you've seen to date.
Perfect.
Just to follow up on that, I know some people reading this report, we got some emails. It's not the recommendation is a 2.5%, we call it a salary wage adjustment, right? I always miss the word. General wage adjustment. That's not, that changes, basically moves the entire step system.
That's correct.
And it's not a 2.5% plus a 2.5%, some sort of like CIP adjustment plus the step or anything like that.
No, it's just general wage adjustment is just a one-time 2.5% adjustment to the entire grid.
Yes. And I think we'll obviously see these numbers whenever, if this is what's presented, but do either of you, and maybe Casey, do you have how much each of those cost in the bottom line? The step, if we implement the step and if we implement the 2.5%?
So I just happened to be looking at our cover memo that says the fiscal impact
There it is.
is $2.4 million for all employee groups across all funds for the general wage adjustment of 2.5%, and then a step increase. So caveat here, the step increase is your movement within your individual scale. So you have 10 steps, 9 steps, depending on your pay plan, that each year you move up a step. Those are 5% step increases for most people until steps 9 and 10, at which point they're 2.5% steps. For our fire folks, theirs are all, they have 9 steps and they're all 5% steps. I'm thinking I'm getting that right.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you are at the top of your scale, you don't move a step. So some people are at the top. So if you take everybody who is eligible for a step, the next step that they are eligible for, and you add all of that together for all of our employees across all of our funds, that's $2.7 million. So 2.4 for the general wage adjustment and an additional 2.7 for all funds for those who are eligible's step.
Is that included in the 130? That's in our budget, the 130 million?
Correct.
So that
Those are in the numbers you have seen to date.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I have a quick, Dr. McGrath, she's still on, yeah?
Yep.
Can you explain why you recommended that we do steps and wage adjustments versus a performance-based?
Well, actually, the very first study in 2018 did that. It actually recommended a salary range. It was a quartile system, and then people would move to the same way. The scale would go up, and everybody would get that increase, and then they would move through merit. At some point in time, it morphed. I did not do that, so it morphed into a step system, and I think they developed the steps to fit within the range that was established. Step systems are becoming back again much more popular. It's people can see what they're going to get, and it helps for retention purposes. So if you really like the 5% steps, I did it. If you didn't, I don't know who did. But I will say that the trend has shifted. I've been doing this for 26 years, and for a while we were really into the merit-based, and then now we're moving back into step systems. Again, it's a good retention tool. The other thing too with merit-based systems, you have to have money, and if you're only giving your good employee 3% and you're giving your rock star 4%, I jokingly say, let's take my quarter and divide it by 26 pay periods, and now I'm supposed to be motivated. So the step systems really kind of are taking over the fact that municipalities in general just don't have the money to give a meaningful merit type based increase.
Yeah, and I'll say that I was on the commission when we did true merit stuff, and we regularly gave almost the same amount to most people. So to the doctor's point, I think it doesn't really become a motivational tool. It's more like it becomes something to grieve about. And I think this becomes more of a reliable tool for people to listen to and see and go, hey, I know this is what I'm going to get. And then it's pure and not questionable, I guess. And I think that's one of the reasons they switched. But if that's my recollection.
For some of your positions, it's difficult to judge merit. I mean, what am I going to do differently? You know, I'm an administrative assistant. I do my job. I do it very well. How can you do it better? It becomes difficult.
Commissioner, I also just do want to add that you are not eligible to move up a step if you are on a performance improvement plan. So there is a performance component to our STEP system.
Thank you. I was going to say that and I forgot.
Okay.
Okay, we'll open this up for public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Forgive me, I'm speaking off the cuff on this one, and maybe I misunderstood what Dr. McGrath said, but if I understood her correctly, leaving like Olathe or Lenexa, those communities, as pulling it out because it's an outlier, is kind of infuriating for me to hear, because I would bet $100 every single time I hear that another one of our amazing officers left, or I would be shocked if it's not the same for the fire department. I'd bet $100 every time it's because, another one's going to Olathe or Lenexa or one of those Johnson County agencies. So if I understood that correctly, I just wanted to throw that out there. Those are the communities that we're competing with, and I would imagine it's the same for other city staff as well. So that's all I had. Thank you.
John M. 66049. Compensation is part of the budget. It has a big debt component. The city's compensation study compares Lawrence salaries. Oh yeah, image. I have an image for John Ems.
I thought Holly was saying something about him there.
Oh, suddenly. I'm going to refer to it, so it would be handy.
Is that a pie chart?
No, it's a table.
Could be.
That's it.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Man, I'm having a heck of a time with technology tonight. Okay, there we go. All right, John, you're up.
All right. So the city's compensation study compares Lawrence salaries with 17 other communities, as you can see in this table. The 2024 median household incomes for the 7 of those communities are over $100,000. The other 11 communities, Lawrence included, had a median household income under $70,000. Wealthier communities have greater capacity to fund higher public salaries, so I would contend that these top 7 communities are not accurate comparisons for markets Lawrence. What would happen if the consultants ran an alternative analysis using the numbers in this study without the communities whose median household incomes are over $100,000? So just truncate it off and run it again. How would this change the median and average salary that the study is using as benchmark? Wouldn't it give us more comparable rate for the Lawrence market? The study also suggests an acceptable comp ratio range of 45% and above. This is a relatively narrow range, and the comp ratio range could be extended to a wider range like 40% and above. This would reduce the percentage of employees who fall outside of the comp ratio. Here are some other options for addressing salaries in a way that might be more sustainable for the city budget. What if the city made targeted adjustments just to the employees whose salaries were below the market average, rather than making a scale adjustment across the whole organization? Or how much would the city save if they froze general wage adjustments and/or salary increases for 1 to 3 years? These freezes could only apply to select staff, such as higher paid staff or staff who meet the city's designated salary range according to the upcoming compensation study. I also want to mention that the new study was not released until almost 4 p.m. yesterday, so kept me up quite late last night, which makes it very challenging for the commission to adequately examine the report and for the public to provide informed feedback. This is especially surprising because we had heard that the commission, during the May 5th meeting, the commission had received the final compensation report on that day, but The final report was not provided till 4 weeks later. Why was that information not released to the commission and public for examination until 24 hours before final deliberations? I would request that the commission discuss the report tonight, table your final decision until next week. This would give everyone time to fully digest this report and receive more data, such as my suggestions for rerunning the numbers without the wealthier communities and with a wide comp ratio. More information gives the City Commission real options regarding their payroll choices for 2027. This decision is a very important one for the city budget, and it should not be rushed. Thank you.
Holly Krebs, 66046. Several weeks ago, our coalition provided research and feedback about the city's payroll expenses and how they've contributed to the city's budget challenges. We understand the need to support city employees with appropriate wages and benefits, but our analysis indicated that staff's annual raises in recent years are increasing at rates that outpace expected revenue growth. The agenda item report for the new compensation study states that the fiscal impact for the 2.5% general wage adjustment is $2.4 million for all employee groups, and the fiscal impact for the step increases is approximately $2.7 million. The step increases for union members are usually an additional 5% increase on top of the general wage increases, but we have not been able to confirm this percentage for non-union employees because we have found no publicly available documentation of this compensation plan, even though it was first implemented in 2022. If the step increases are 5%, these two increases would give many staff a 7.5% raise next year and increase 2027 staff salary expenses by $5.1 million. I would like to mention that the original agenda item report listed two 2.5 increases in addition to the step compensation, which implied that most staff would receive a 10% increase in 2027. But Melinda Harger just notified me that this was a mistake in the agenda report that has been corrected since. The dollar amounts for the annual general wage increases and step increases have not been included in previous staff presentations for 2027 or in previous years. Tonight's budget agenda item report lists dollar amounts for potential service cuts recommended by staff. But while one of the three closing discussion questions addresses continued commitment to market rate pay, there is no dollar amount associated with this question. I believe this information should be included in all budget presentations so the Commission can evaluate how market rate pay affects the city's budget. The information in the staff compensation agenda item report gave us our first insight into these numbers. The 2.5 general wage increase that is assumed in the current 2027 budget proposal would equal $2.4 million. The city is aiming to reduce the city budget by $3.1 million in 2027, so the expected general wage increase accounts for 77% of the expected deficit. The May 19th CIP presentation assumed that sales and property tax revenues would increase by 4% in 2027. This indicates that a 7.5% increase in many staff salaries is unsustainable for the city budget. Our coalition is not opposed to supporting city staff, but the rate of annual increases outpaces revenue growth, making these salary adjustments unsustainable for the city budget. Thank you.
I have an image, and actually the image that I see here is the image. If you can put that up.
That's super.
There you go.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Almost.
Okay, Tim, drive.
Got it? Okay. Tim Hamilton, 66044. The McGrath study, I think, is an excellent job for what she was asked to do. It is just a tool. Your common sense is a tool. The budget constraint of revenues coming in is a tool. I gave you guys another tool, and I emailed it to all of you. I'm going to leap to this right here. So I constructed a benchmark wage line myself. And what I did is I went to Kansas OpenGov and got all of the salaries and all of the names of all of the employees in the city of Lawrence. Every individual has a title next to it. It might be a custodian, it might be administrative assistant, it might be truck driver, whatever. I took those titles and I moved them over to the Bureau of Labor Statistics occupational code section and matched them up with a code. Once you have that code, then you can go into the data pools of the different areas that the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts together. I did that. I put it together with Topeka and the greater Kansas City area. I believe that is the regional area of the labor pool of people that come to work in Lawrence. Otherwise, you could go all the way to Beverly Hills and start grabbing people. So that is the geographic area. When you have that benchmark of line, this is what the data shows, and you each have the Excel spreadsheet that I put together. I think it has like 8,000 cells in it. I used AI to match up the codes with the individual positions of the workers here. So 247 of the workers here in Lawrence are being paid less than the mean benchmark. 94 workers are making 3,000 to almost 10,000 more than what the benchmark is. 147 workers are making between $10,000 to almost $20,000 more than the benchmark. 133 workers are making between $20,000 to $30,000 a year more than the benchmark. And 209 workers, and this was of 2024, because that's the last time that data was available. 209 workers were making $30,000 a year or more above that mean benchmark. And what that's saying is that benchmark says for the Kansas City and Topeka area, this is the wage for a truck driver or for a city attorney or for administrative assistant or whatever it is. So it is an average, but it's a tool for you to use to add into your toolkit when you decide what to do on compensation.
I have an image, please.
What's your first name?
Sofiana Olivera. Sofiana Olivera, 66044. %60 of the budget covers payroll expenses and has always been shielded from our view. For years, citizens have only allowed us to debate over 40% of the budget. So this subject is extremely important because the small changes in 60% are more impactful for our budget than changes in 40%. The study presented today is skewed similarly to the study presented in 2019. It was based on a pool comparing cities like she said, Olathe, Overland Park, and Johnson County, and Oklahoma City. Over 30% of the cities in the sample pool are much bigger cities than Lawrence, larger populations, higher property values, and larger commercial bases. Thus, the revenue collected from property taxes in this city is much, much higher than Lawrence. We're a city of about 96,000 residents, and only 54,000 when KU is not in session. We have a small commercial industrial base. Thus, the burden of inflated budgets weighs heavier and heavier every year for us residents. As a consequence of the lack of oversight, we now appear to have a significant percentage of employees that are paid considerably higher than similarly classified positions in the above-mentioned cities. We're simply paying beyond our means. Keeping our city affordable is top priority. Whether the government raises tax rates, levy increases, or says our homes are worth a lot more than we think, county appraisals, the result's the same. Every year, it costs more to live in Lawrence. Rents go up for tenants, and mortgages go up for homeowners. Right now, we have 29 empty stores in downtown Lawrence, in part because the taxes are simply too high for small businesses to survive. We also see more people lose their homes, slip into homelessness because they can't afford the rent, and people on fixed incomes are being forced to move away. In 2022, the county made a gigantic increases in appraisal values to our homes. Personally, it was 30 to 40%, which translated into huge tax increases. I believe this happened in order to allow the city to borrow more money. By law, the city can only borrow a certain percentage of the sum of what real estate is worth in their locality. By exponentially raising real estate values across the board, our city leaders opened the doors to debt, and we are still dealing with the consequences of that today. Bottom line, the decisions made by you, our city leaders, are changing the face of Lawrence. Our city's past composition of working class mixed with middle class. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Hyde, 66046. I just want to say I agree with increasing the wages because a lot of people don't realize how much work it takes to work for government. You got to put up with a lot of crap. So, you know, I don't make very much money. I'm on Social Security disability income, but I still understand the necessity of what they're talking about. I'm gonna leave it at that. But one last thing I want to say is I saw the code enforcement part on the presentation by the new human resource lady. So, I think I agree with that, except one thing I don't agree with is our code enforcement here needs to be better. I report a lot of signs in this town. I feel like I'm the only one. And, you need to there's part of the city code that includes fining these people for violating these sign things. I don't know if I'm exactly right about this, worth investigating. But I see some number that says 500. You can use these fines to, help finance the city financial needs. Just an idea. I think it should be pursued in kind of conjunction with what's going on. That's it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I don't have any sort of analysis at all on this in terms of numbers. That is way above my pay grade, and I have to go to work at 4 in the morning tomorrow, so I'm not going to get into it. But it does strike me as very odd how clinical we are talking about people's wages. And I understand this is a function of being in a government and having public employees. But to me, I would be pissed if it was me listening to my employers talk about this in such a clinical way. And I understand that the public has the right to have input on the budget, but also at the same time, I do want to remind us that we're humanizing people. I think we can talk about this analysis in a way that is not just focused on the numbers, but we also have to look at the people here too. Our city staff are our constituents. They are also our citizens. And I don't know the exact number of people employed by the city, but it is a good percentage of our working population and our highly educated population, our specialized skilled population, right? And so it's easy to look at these things through a different statistical analysis, but we're not looking actually at the people that we are employing and looking at them as parts of our community. And so when we're talking about this, we have to understand that we're looking at people and being well, I don't know if you get to, have a compensation for the inflation that's hitting everybody. And yeah, I'm not getting compensated for inflation properly at my job, but you know who I had to take that to? That would be something that I would take to my employer. And I would be really mad if somebody was to say, I don't deserve compensation for inflation because they think that my company should meet its budget or something to that nature, right? And I understand when we're talking about taxpayer, it gets complicated because we do have the public taxpayer component of it versus private company, but I got a 3% increase for cost of living this year, and that came out to 59 cents an hour. And so when I think about it, that is $23 a week, and it really is less than $100 a month, which is not competitive at all with the inflation that I'm experiencing either through my utility, my rent. I know a lot of people here are property owners and the taxes are hitting them personally, but I'm a renter. I don't get to have the luxury of my rent going down because the city decides to not increase the mill levy. That is going to happen no matter what. And unfortunately, the reality is half of our town are renters. Our increases in living are not associated directly with taxes. I know that will be the excuse, and I also know that is not 100% the truth. That when we have property taxes, yeah, it can increase my rent to go up, but my rent has gone up every single year. More each year, even though the tax increases have not been, I guess, comparable, right? So I don't know. I just encourage my fellow citizens and the commissioners, we need to humanize this conversation. It's easy to look at it as a budget. We need to meet this metric and we can cut people, but also at the same time, we are also talking about our citizens and our community members. Thank you.
Any other comments in the room? How about online?
Where?
Did you say no?
No, sorry.
Okay. Well, we'll bring it back to us. Yeah, I mean, I guess I think as we were talking before we opened it to public comment, I think it is obviously part of the budget. I don't think we want to take up any decisions tonight until we consider it as part of the budget. I will say a couple things in response to Rebecca. I do think she said she took out Raymore, not the other ones. The other ones stayed in. Olathe and Lenexa are still in, and I think that's relevant to this other conversation. I agree with Dr. Hamilton that that all of this is information for us to use. But one of the things I use, so like Rebecca said, is yes, Lenexa has a lot higher average wage than us, but they also hire firefighters, and they hire police officers, and they hire city attorneys, and we're competing against them, trying to get those employees, and we're losing employees to them. And so, to me, they are relevant, to the comp study. And, I certainly agree, with the commentary that we have been raising wages in ways that I think the comment was is not sustainable. I would say what we've been doing is we've been raising wages for our employees, which have caused us to have budget cuts in other areas. That is a trade-off that we in the last couple of years as a city commission have made, and I think that's a decision every city commission has to make. Are you committed to market rate wages? We heard a couple of weeks ago from many of our fellow police officers who rightfully so said, you've cut a lot of our officers, we've lost services, we're a much lower force. And at the same time, someone can get up and say, but look, you're actually spending, $10 million, I'm making up the number, $5 million more on the police than you were a couple years ago. How can you have less services and spend more money? Well, it's because 70% of our is paying people. And so, yes, if you're paying people more and your growth is not there, you're making those trade-offs. So yes, in isolation, one way to solve the budget problems is not giving anyone raises. We can do that. That's one solution. Another solution is taxes. Another solution is growth. And another solution is cutting services. And those are all things we have to continue to grapple with and try to find that right balance. And so, I think those are all the competing values that we're going to continue to compete against, and that's what the budget's all about. So I think this is good information to have, and I'll tell you one thing, as a person who lived through the last study, frankly, I was certainly hoping not to see that we were way off, that we were still underpaying after all the money we put in, that we were way underpaying our employees. That was a fear of mine when we started this market study, a fear being like maybe an unrealistic fear, but okay, it's been 3 years, it's been 4 years, what is this going to show? And I'm sure we'll hear from some of our groups that still think we're underpaying them, and we probably, we'll have to address each of those individually. But, I do think this gives us some information. It's not the only information. Clearly, we have to consider taxes and expenses and services and try to balance all those. And so I appreciate the information and look forward to it being part of the budget discussion.
I really want to ask a couple of quick questions. It was brought up, why aren't we just affecting those that are out of market, right? We're settling on 45%, right? Is that what we're agreeing to?
For the comp ratio?
Correct.
Correct, 45%.
Okay, so we're going to have individual positions that have fallen out that are lower than 45%. Why are we not just affecting those only instead of the entire matrix? I know you guys discussed that, but can you repeat it for me?
I'll let Dr. McGrath start, I think, and then I could.
Oops, we can't hear you, Dr. McGrath.
Dr. McGrath, you're on mute, maybe?
She's not on mute.
No. We still have folks. I would like to bring this back because I do have a lot of questions, but I'll give the questions now. Why aren't we just affecting the individual staff? What are we doing with those positions that are at 75%? And what is our plan of action moving forward? Because yes, we want to make sure that we're not paying below market, certainly, but I don't want to see incredibly inflated wages. So that's that. And then can we get our turnover rate? But I'm done, honestly. I'm not trying to continue beating this, but I would like to talk about it again. So I threw those questions out. We don't need answers tonight.
So on the report, Appendix F, where it has the median, max, CR, and the average, that's just based on our min and our max. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have someone in the system that is making that max, correct?
That's correct. That's what I was going to speak to, even though it doesn't speak to individuals, it speaks to the ranges. So even though there may be a max that may be above market, doesn't mean that we have staff that's on those steps that are considered above market.
Okay. So then my question could be for you and for Dr. McGrath. If we take the recommendation of, which I am definitely in support of moving us to a job family compensation system, what would those numbers particularly look like? If we move it to those families, is there a possibility that those median numbers could fluctuate? And do we know, fuzzy math-wise, what that would look like if we want to hypothesize that?
It would be difficult to get that tonight.
That's fine.
But yes, it would have to be evaluated a little bit deeper for which positions need to go into the job families.
Of course. I mean, my hypothesis thought is that once we move these to job families, we will see some attrition in some of the percentages as far as what that looks like. But that doesn't necessarily mean we have individuals that have met that 76th percentile, if we want to say that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Questions, comments?
So Casey, question, because one of the things we've heard tonight, kind of knew it anecdotally, is as was mentioned that we could be losing positions to Olathe, kind of places where people make higher pay. Have we, and obviously don't need any of this tonight. This is just have we ever looked at high deductible health plans with HSAs, giving away amenities in the city, like free rec center passes, 537s, something like that, as a way to sort of entice people to have like a holistic package of here's what we offer as a community to stay, not just look at it on a per wage basis?
The short answer is yes, we've looked at any number of different things over the years. I'm not sure how recently we've had the analysis of what it would mean to move to a high deductible plan. I do know that HR recently put out a survey to ask employees to gauge their interest in that. And as Shakiva mentioned, we have a new broker that's going to help us kind of with some plan design, so that may come up.
Okay.
But we can't mandate high deductible that employers.
I don't believe so.
Employees opt into.
What we've talked about is we would provide
as an
options.
option, right?
Okay, anything we want to add on this for the moment? Like I said, I think we'll have lots more discussion.
Yeah, as long as we can discuss it
Oh, yeah.
further.
Oh, yeah, we definitely will.
Thank you.
And again, it's only one point of reference. I mean, yeah. I mean, even if you agree with...
But Mayor, I don't think the doctor answered the question that Commissioner Pullian asked about.
Yeah, we can't get to volume working.
But I think staff noted the questions that I had asked, and
okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Dever. And then, because we're getting close to 11, you guys can email her, and so we don't have to take up more of her time. But anyway, thank you, though, Commissioner Dever.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. I had that point.
Okay, thank you, Dr. McGrath, and thank you, everyone, on this topic. Okay, that takes us to item number 4, which is a preliminary budget follow-up, which again will be something we talk about many more times. But I don't know. Oh, they've come rushing in. They thought we stopped too fast.
I don't know if that's Russian.
The speed of government.
It's like the People's Court.
Oh my gosh, they all came.
I swore we would take a break after this, so I apologize.
It's too late to take a break. We're going.
That's fair.
We're moving.
Full speed ahead.
Some folks would tell you that's the fastest I've walked in a long time. So.
Thank you, Alec.
All right, so we're here tonight for a 2027 preliminary budget update. Following this meeting, we will have departments officially start building their budget. So we've been looking at very high-level preliminary information that is subject to change. The city manager's proposed budget is scheduled to come in front of commission on July 7th. So in front of you, you have a chart of our 2025 preliminary actuals. So these are not yet audited. The 2026 adopted budget, the 2026 revised, and then there you see the 2027 preliminary. As noted previously, there were both expenses and revenues that carried from 2025 into 2026. So specifically, as you're looking at revenue in 2027, it appears lower than 2026 revised, but that's due to one-time circumstances. So our core revenue sources, sales tax, assessed valuation, we are still anticipating growth in those areas. You'll also notice the two charts reflecting our updated forecast. So in 2025, we took very intentional steps to preserve our fund balance, including a hiring chill that allowed us to capture one-time vacancy savings from vacant positions. Those actions helped us stay much closer to our 90-day fund balance, which you see here in orange. As part of the 2026 budget, departments made a number of service level reductions to keep us at a more stable long-term future. As the forecast shows, those changes help keep us above the 60-day minimum in the years ahead, which you see in the yellow lines. I've said many times that forecasts are about as good as the piece of paper that they're written on, so I don't want anybody to get very attached to these numbers. The purpose of showing these two contrasts are when we are discussing the expansion for LDCFM, we also need to keep in mind the need to either increase revenues or decrease expenses.
Allie, can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
So on the 2029, let's say the top one, if it was below the 60-day thing, what triggers? Is there anything that happens to kind of get it back up, or is that something that has to be figured out in the following years?
So per our policy, when we believe that we're going to be below our 60 days, it's the charge of the commission and staff to come up with a plan to build that back up.
Okay. Gotcha.
So looking back at our past few budget cycles, departments have made several reductions over the years, specifically in 2025 and 2026. I'm going to touch on some very high-level service level reductions, but there are tens of thousands, in some case hundreds of thousands of dollars that departments have also made in commodity cuts. So looking at personnel starting in 2024, you see plus 13 positions, 1 in finance, 5 in fire med, and then 7 in MSO. You'll see an asterisk on MSO. A majority of these positions are related to our enterprise funds, and so they're not impacting the deficit that you see in years related to our general fund. 2025, kind of a mix and mash of removing positions from city attorney's office, the city manager's office, communications, and parks and rec, with additions in HR, MSO, and planning and development. 2026, again, those very intentional service level reductions that went along with positions, minus 13 in total. A majority of those were in the police department, but also Parks and Rec, Planning and Development, and 1 from MSO. Currently, as you have seen the 2027 preliminary budget, there are additional 18 positions, 17 are related to LDCFM expansion, and then 1 in the city manager's office, which restores a admin support position. So those service level reductions in the general fund, homeless solutions, reduction in funding for regional transportation support, reduction in encampment cleanup resources, and then planned decrease in the LCS contract. In planning, reductions in our priority programs of code compliance and planning, and reduction in housing initiatives. In fire med, there was the elimination of their fire apparatus and then reduction in their training program. Police has had reduction in patrol, administrative support, information services, and community engagement and communications programming. In MSO, a reduction to our street maintenance, again, a priority program, and reduction to our traffic maintenance program. And then Parks, Recreation, and Culture, reduction in forestry response times, park maintenance service capacity, and recreation programming. Economic development, decreased investment in several key areas of entrepreneur and small business support, business retention, workforce development, marketing and business attraction. And then in internal services, we've seen reductions in equity and inclusion commitment, community engagement commitment, and then just general professional services and development across the departments. So turning to LDCFM expansion, the 2026 adopted budget included a one-time contribution from the county to cover staffing for Medic 6 3 battalion chiefs, and 1 training lieutenant. The 2027 preliminary budget continues funding for those positions, as well as adds 17 new positions under an updated cost share ratio of 60.6, 39.4, which results in approximately $1 million additional dollars to the city's general fund. Because Station 6 isn't expected to open until early 2029, the department has developed 2 hiring options, and they are in front of you. So the first option is to hire all 15 in 2027, so in Q1 and Q3 of 2027, which would put Engine 6, previously known as Engine 5, in service full-time at the end of that year. The second option is to spread the hiring between 2027 and 2028, which would push full-time service for Engine 6 to the second quarter of 2028. In either case, the engine could be staffed intermittently before those dates as staffing allows, but it would not be full-time until the identified dates.
Allie, do we know, and I see LDC FM is in the room, do we know what our average recruiting classes have been, Chief?
Approximately. We just had 11 this last academy, and then prior to that was, I think, 12. But we are expecting some retirements in the next few years, just with our staff that's going to, are at that age and eligibility.
Okay.
So, yeah, Chief, question for you on this. So on this one right here, it has 2027, then there's one for 2027, 2028. On the top one, could we just make that 2028? In the sense of, Station 6 becomes operational Q2, Q3, 2029, and then we do these additions, this $4.5 million in 2028, rather than doing stuff next year.
These are the 2 options that we had. John, you want to talk?
Yes, sorry. Can you repeat that question?
Yeah. So, here it has 2027. What if we just did this all in 2028? And so you had the 15 people come on in 2028. We don't take on the $4.5 million in 2027. Station 6 opens up maybe Q2 2029 instead. And so it gets Station 6 operational in 2029, but it gives us a little more time to get on the other side of Costco and some of this growth next year. So in 2028, we can have this recruiting class of 15 people.
So the only fly in that ointment is the numbers that we're seeing are only the additional recruits needed to add Station 6. We also have to bring on people to cover attrition. And if we do all of these in 1 year, that essentially requires 3 recruit academies in 1 year, 2 for attrition. We're going to have to do a recruit academy, at least 1 per year, more than likely. We average about 11.3 was the last 3 years that we looked at. 11.3 recruits per year that we've had to hire on just to cover normal attrition. So the 8 and 7 are an addition to that 11. So that's really a recruit academy of class of like 19 or 18. And if we do that, you get to a point where we also then have to bring in more instructors just to have a good student-instructor ratio. That also creates compounding costs as well.
The ones from attrition, those are people who are retiring?
Yes.
So the new firefighters who are coming in are going to make less money than those? So it's almost a wash? So like,
well,
11 people leave at 200,000 compared to 11 people come on at 100,000. That's not going to be.
Come on,
right?
Mackenzie.
To your question, yes, the 2027 timeline could be 2028. Some things to consider, we would have to be doing promotions before that station is fully operational. The other thing, 2027, that first line is in here because we heard the commission talk about potentially putting Engine 6 in service full-time, so we wanted to show that. But as far as the time frame of those recruit classes with the retention or the attrition and the new hires for the station, we could move that to 2028 if that was the direction.
What would that do to the staffing for Medic 6?
So the Medic 6 staffing right now, I think that's a good question for the budget team of how that's built in with the adjustment with the EMS agreement.
And so with the EMS agreement shifting from that 1-year kind of like Band-Aid option,
Right. If we, absent additional revenue from the county, we would not be able to keep the folks in Medic 6.
It's more than Medic 6. It's our battalion chiefs, it's Medic 6, and it's a training lieutenant. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 positions.
So we lose 12 positions if we push this back to 2028.
We don't have identified funding.
Right.
Yes.
So whether if it's
do service
2027 or 2028, we still got to identify the funding.
For those 12.
Right.
Yes.
And those are the ones from attrition?
No.
Those are ones that were covered from a one-time increase in funding from the county as part of the 2026 budget.
Does that make any sense to you?
No.
So the county gave us a bump last year to make sure we stayed on par in order to do expansion of Station 6. Now that we've readjusted the contract agreement, now we got to keep moving forward. So we don't have that, we benefited from a bump from the county last year. Now we have to make it whole.
So we closed, we did not fund fire.
Yes.
Fire 5, is that right, Run? We closed the truck.
Yep.
Instead of laying those people off, the county hired them to run
EMS.
ambulance 6.
Yep.
That created the imbalance in the fund, and them paying a lot more than us. And we said, well, that'll be a 1-year thing to help us balance our budget, and next year we'll come back and pay and start to get the fire truck back up and running. If we decide not to do that, that throws that whole agreement we just passed out of balance again. And so if we commit to fund the agreement we just funded, that assumes this information.
Correct.
So you'd be breaking your agreement to do that.
If we pushed it back to the end of 2027 and like the last quarter of that, would we need all of that money at the beginning of the upcoming year? Or could that be staggered, waiting for some of the sales tax revenue that we're expecting?
Well, we still have to tax you still have to tax your property owners at the very beginning. So whether you spend it at the end or unless you reallocate how you're going to spend for those specific amounts, and it's going to come from sales tax, and then that's convoluted at best.
Do you want to do something since it's 11?
No, we started this item so we can keep going.
Gotcha.
We'll just have to extend it for open public comment.
Mayor, not to further complicate this situation, but there's also the idea of moving forward with constructing the building without having a plan to operate it. That wouldn't be my recommendation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I mean, not doing that makes sense.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, by the way, you leave this situation in the future hands of a commission that isn't a part of the agreement to fund the building, and then there's no funding for the people who are in it. Mike, it just seems like a odd way to do things to me, and I wouldn't want to, proceed down that path.
Go ahead, Ally.
Okay. So again, those 2 hiring options, even when that engine can't be in service full-time, those additional positions will offset the need to use overtime to maintain our minimum staffing levels as well. So getting a little bit into the benefits and service level impact of Engine 6. With Station 6 operational, fire suppression will achieve what we call a service level 4, and you see on the screen approximately what that means. While we will not be there all the way until that point, the addition of Engine 6 places the program much closer to that higher level of service that the department has been working toward. The two funding options as shown on the 2027 as well as phase 2027 and 2028 both equate to an approximate 2 mil increase, either all in 2027 or spread between 2027 and 2028. Commission had previously requested what reductions would look like instead of raising the mill to offset the expansion costs. So we went over those in May, but I will go over them again briefly here. So homeless solutions, again, approximately $100,000 reduction or 4% of their budget. Elimination of multiple partner service provider contracts that support housing stability. Reduce service capacity and ability to sustain current outcome levels. Approximately $200,000 reduction to planning. So shifting personnel into the Housing Trust Fund, which would reduce grant capacity in that fund. And then reduction in department-wide commitments, such as our efforts to reduce vacant structures, elimination of non-legal engagement, and advertising. In fire medical, approximately $700,000 or 2% of their budget, elimination of the accreditation process, limited public engagement and education opportunities, increased turnaround time for plan reviews and permits, and the estimated elimination of 5 positions. In police, approximately $1 million in reductions or 3% of their budget, elimination of the downtown foot patrol and community service technician program, reduction in SROs, front office open 3 days a week, and estimated elimination of 10 positions. In MSO, approximately $700,000 reduction or 4% of their budget. Traffic signal improvement, so decrease in proactive replacements, unfund the neighborhood traffic management program, and then the alley rehab program reduced to only 2 to 3 alleys per year. And then Parks, Recreation, and Culture, approximately $650,000 reduction or 3.5% of their budget. Closure of the indoor aquatic center in the summer. Limited park playground and restroom replacements, reduced maintenance and horticultural planting, increase in programmatic fees or reduced programming, and the estimated elimination of 2 positions. Economic development, $50,000 or approximately 4% of their budget, reduced funding for external agency partnership agreements, and scaling back advertising and marketing. And then 4% of budgets in internal services, elimination of positions across the commitment areas yet to be identified, reduced citywide training and professional services, and then most substantially reductions in environmental sustainability and equity and inclusion.
And just to be clear, that list was trying to come up with 4.1 million, not 3.1 million.
So this list in front of you is approximately $3.5 million.
3.5 million.
And Ally, just for clarification, when you say severe reduction in those two up under internal services, are we talking about deleting those divisions, or?
Yeah, so when we talk about 4% of budgets, of extremely small budgets, it's hard to come up with a number.
Right.
So potentially, yes.
Gotcha.
Depending on where
it goes.
Yeah.
It cuts into salary.
Yes.
And so we'd be,
Yeah.
to keep it, the service level whole, we'd be essentially like reducing the compensation to the people doing that work.
Yep.
So to be clear, this list is not set in stone.
Correct.
We can talk about every little thing that we want that goes into the budget. Would we want to do that? No. But I don't want people to think, because I keep my ear out there, they are losing their minds over what these lists are comprised of. And that these are recommendations. I plan on doing the hard work as you guys know, I'm asking for a lot of information. I think the public needs to know. We can create something completely different here. This is what the department heads are saying that this is what they would do if given the choice. But ultimately, we're passing and adopting that budget. So okay. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that.
Yeah. So the exercise as outlined was looking at reductions in the, like the 4%, 2%, whatever designation that we provided.
Right, but us on the commission could decide we don't want to touch public safety, or we want to beef up planning and development.
Correct.
So
yes.
I think there was just some misunderstanding the last time that this list was presented, understandably. So I want to make sure that the public understands that. And I also want the public to understand that there are a lot of questions being asked of staff to start looking at what expenditures. I've asked for all the contracts to see what's going on there. A litany of things that we're asking for. So again, this is just so the public understands the process. Thank you.
Commissioner, I might add that I think these items are likely to be the items that are going to show up in my acting city manager's recommended budget.
Sure.
Because we've tried to present service level reductions. We've tried to present program-based reductions. A number of years ago, we used to present our budget by category. Here's how much we spend on personnel. Here's how much we spend on contractual
line item.
services, line item budgets. Our public, at that time, the feedback was that doesn't translate to the public. It doesn't. What does $70 million worth of personnel get us as a community? So we shifted to more priority-based budgeting and program-based budgeting. So yes, we can go back to more line items like you've discussed, but just wanted to provide that context for you and the public that that's why you're seeing them presented the way that you're seeing them.
Yes, and I appreciate that for that clarity. And I also brought up, not in open meeting, that priority-based budgeting requires significant community trust that I do not believe that we have right now. So we need to explain ourselves a little better, in my opinion. So that is what I'm doing. I love priority-based budgeting. We don't need to be talking about, as I always say, pens and printer cartridges, right? And a lot of times for a lot of governing bodies, that's in the community, that's the easiest thing to wrap our hands on, but keeping us as high, keeping the elected body as high level and policymakers is the best thing possible, right? It is conveying our trust in our staff and giving you guys the autonomy to run your departments. And I'm not saying that we don't trust you, but I do believe that the community is struggling with trust, which is why I'm asking the questions. So that again is for public consumption. Priority-based budgeting is incredible, and I want us to only focus on service level. I just personally do not believe we're at that point right now. That's simple. I bet we'll be there maybe next year or the year after that, right? So just an explanation.
Commissioner Pulling, I guess I have a follow-up question. That when you say we don't follow priority-based budgeting, are you talking about in our general operating budget? And if so, give an example of what that would look like if you're not seeing it in its current practice.
I think we are currently using priority-based budgeting.
Okay, because you just said we weren't using it.
No, I'm saying that it's ideal. If I misspoke, I apologize. We are currently using priority-based budgeting. And as I was saying, I had a conversation with Ms. Toomey. It requires significant community trust because you're not paying attention to the line items and the ticky-tacky little things that we can get hung up on, right? I believe We are using priority-based budgeting, and I think a little more micromanagement and exposure to some of the smaller areas individually in the departments is necessary right now. So that is why I'm asking for the things that I ask for.
Okay, go ahead, Ally.
Plenty to follow up on, but I'm not going to.
So just those next steps, 2027 budget timeline. Again, we're here this evening. Starting tomorrow, we'll have executive team talk about what budget we're going to build for the city manager's proposed budget, which will be presented on July 7th. At that time, we have some state mandatory deadlines that we have to follow, but a lot of opportunities for commission discussion depending on what you want to see and what needs to be brought back. So for discussion purposes this evening, we've outlined that the preliminary 2027 budget currently includes an approximate $2 million increase to support LDCFM expansion in a single year. Our continued commitment to market rate pay with the step and 2.5% general wage adjustment, maintaining Parks, Recreation, and Culture membership fees and facility hours as outlined in the 2026 adopted budget. So I guess the question, does this direction align with city commission priorities, or are there adjustments staff should consider?
I wanted to go back, just make sure that chart on the 27, on the funding options about spreading, the mill increase, is that spreading that over the 2 years? Is that consistent with our agreement with the county?
Generally, I would say yes, unless the department, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I have comments later, but questions at the moment, or we can open up to public comment? And provide feedback? Any other questions at the moment? Okay. Let's open it up for public comment. You have 3 minutes. John?
I don't have a chart this time, so. I would like to see the budget more holistically, which was a word that was used earlier, and that includes payoff of debt, right? Running it against whatever reductions we're going to have to show the impact of that as far as that debt run out. To look at it as a holistic problem. The personnel costs is also part of the budget, and changes in that vis-a-vis spend somewhere else or vis-a-vis the payoff of the debt. Those are large pieces that together make up the total expenditures. And, I appreciated your earlier commentary, Mayor, of, how you take from one piece of the budget and you move it over here and you make those trade-offs. You eliminated my 3 minutes, which is exactly what I was going to talk about. But we don't always talk about those big pieces, the debt, the costs of personnel, and the trade-offs of service. And I think we have to work them all together, and that's part of communicating to the public that we're working the whole problem. So that's what I had to share.
Good evening, Commissioners. Simon Stevenson, President of IAFF, Local 1596. Just going to speak a little bit in favor, again, for expansion of Station 6. I've spoken on it multiple times up here. There's nothing new I can really tell you on that front, right? But one of the things I really kind of wanted to make a point of when I was up here, there was a slide that was presented as far as like reductions of FTEs, right? And one thing you didn't really see on there was a reduction on LDCFM. Well, yes, that is true, but it's because our community partners decided to step up. Like there was, I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, if I'm not gonna lie, but I know that there was roughly like 1.5 million reduction and then like another 750,000 reduction mid-year, like within the same year. And it ended up resulting in the shutdown of Engine 5. So yeah, there were reductions, right? Did we actually lose people? No, because we had a community partner who stepped up and basically started pre-funding for Station 6 in using those employees to get Medic 6 in line. The other thing that they did help us out with that was, and this was already kind of talked about, they covered 3 battalion chiefs. They covered a training lieutenant, right? Those are all things that was kind of discussed up here, right? And that, they're trying to be a good partner here and help moving forward and get this expansion done. And I'm asking you as a commission to start getting ready to return that favor. And I would appreciate you guys to deeply consider that. So thank you very much for your time and your hard work. Appreciate it.
Any other comments in the room? How about online?
We do have one. Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. I just wanted to say thank you for the clarification to the public about where the money is going, why it's going like it is, instead of just skimming over it and passing it and moving on. That's what's going to build, in my opinion, the trust, because now I understand it better and I'm able to repeat it and share it with someone else of why are they spending this money and why are they doing this or that. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
It's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to us. I know, Vice Mayor, last time you had said you had some thoughts on some possible cuts, if you wanted to bring those up.
Yeah, and there was one thing, Ally, in your presentation, I just wanted to get some clarification on that, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry, type. After 6 hours, it's all kind of hazy. On the presentation on the LDCF one, you said that we're aiming for 4, we're not there yet, we're in 3. In the balancing act, it started at 4, you moved it down, like you could move it down to 3 and save money. So if we're in 3, are we saving money right now?
So in the tool, we tried to be explicit as we could in several locations that the service level matched the budget that we were showing for fire suppression, which included expansion. So Station 6. That was given direction from City Commission, not County Commission, City Commission, to have basically be in a deficit. And so if folks were to lower that, you'd approximately be in a balanced budget, which is reflective of our deficit being related to expansion.
So 4 to 3 was the expansion?
Generally, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So that was one question I had. There was one I had for the police. There was a UAV program, which I think is drones or something like that, and you could cut that. I was kind of curious what the offsets would be for, I don't know if Chief's still here.
Excuse me, Adam Heffley, Deputy Chief of Police. You asked about the UAV program. Program started 2022, I believe, with funding each year as available to replace, update, things like that. In the last 2 years, the funding's been reduced to the point of 2026. In addition to our staffing cuts, that program is still functional but not funded, meaning if we have devices go down, we get a mandate that we can't use certain products, we're done. There's no funding for that available right now.
Gotcha. Okay. And so I guess that was one of the things, maybe that could be in a future year, one of the savings that, removing the UAV program going through the balancing act, the alley restoration thing moving from 3 to 2, and then
what thing?
The alley restoration.
Oh, alley restoration.
Moving from 3 to 2. And then there was a discussion about roads moving down from 3 to 2 for a short period of time till we come out of this. And I think those 3 things, and there was a couple other things that it was able to balance the budget, and then, so much so that I was able to do additional funds for a Parks and Rec environmental education, police and fire, added training and licensure, and it all basically came out to about a wash. And I mean, I'm the only 664046 or whatever my balancing act, whatever that says. But those were a couple that off the top of my head, and I haven't been able to log back in to check, but those 3 things, could be stuff that's either worth a discussion or 3 things that I thought, hey, if we don't do it next year, maybe we can do it in future years once we're on the back end of some growth.
I have a question about jail fees.
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and explain the process of how we are billed? Because I'd love to know what the hourly rate is.
Yes. So when a Lawrence police officer makes a custodial arrest, and when I say custodial arrest, I mean takes somebody into custody, transports them to the Douglas County Jail. The Lawrence Police Department and the City of Lawrence does not operate a jail. That's a function of the Sheriff's Department. When we take a person to that jail and have them booked in and processed, fingerprinted, documented, if they are booked in on certain charges, not felony charges or charges that are going to be brought by the district attorney's office, if they're charges through municipal court or a warrant through municipal court, the City of Lawrence is sent a fee, a bill for that person's care and custody at the Douglas County Jail. There is a grace period when somebody is booked in now for, I believe it's at 4 hours right now. Essentially, most of those custodial arrests that are on municipal charges, not most, many are book and release, meaning they document everything, they do fingerprints, take a picture, serve a warrant, set a new court date, and then the person is released on their own recognizance. When that occurs, the jail does not assess a fee up to a certain time period. Now, when they hit that time period, which I believe, again, is greater than 4 hours, the cost is one day's fee, which this year is $286 for one person for 1 day. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm right.
We have 287.
287.
Close enough.
Yes, 287,
right?
I apologize.
Okay. I believe that 4 hour just became the 4 hour window. I think it was a 1 hour window prior. So we've made
correct
movement, but a lot of counties charge by the hour. So if I were to divide 287.34 by 24 hours, we're paying $11.97 an hour. That is exorbitantly high in comparison. So are there discussions with the county currently on even going to an hourly rate?
So we've had many discussions with the sheriff over the last several years about this. Historically, if you go back to 2022, the jail rate was $119 per day. They redid how they factor and figure that rate in their 2023 budget process, and there was a pretty steep increase there, and then there's been an 8% increase each year after that. We've met with the Sheriff's Department several times to have that discussion, and that is where the original 1 hour grace period came in, and then as we met again late last year, early this year, that's when they moved to 4 hours, excuse me, because of that substantial increase in our costs for those fees. At the same time, just of note, our custodial arrest is relatively flat. That has not increased. It's the cost of those that has increased dramatically. We have historically looked at some different options.
Like a different jail?
We've had that discussion. It then becomes a conversation of capacity. It's a political conversation.
It is very, very political.
I believe part of it would be if we move to do that, the rate would probably change to meet the budgetary needs, quite frankly.
This is crazy. It's been 7 years. I was paying $2.50 an hour to Sedgwick County Jail. $2.50.
It is substantial.
I'm sure it's gone up, and I don't know, but let's say $4.50. This is crazy. So I'm saying it publicly, and I'm not trying to go after the sheriff in any but that's crazy.
I understand.
Okay.
We have looked at, we had a booking station at one point to just process people through. But the offset of that to the 4-hour grace period, it ends up slowing down operations, costing us more than it would save us right now with that 4-hour grace period. Looking at other jails.
Which is better.
Like I said, is a possibility. It becomes a political fight at that point.
Okay.
And just for make sure everyone's on the same page, this is the rate they charge other government entities too. So Baldwin, Eudora, and KU might have similar interests.
I believe so, but I don't have that information. I know the custodial arrest for the cities of like Baldwin and Eudora is pretty low in numbers, except for district court charges, which they're not billed for, just like we're not billed for. That's a function of the sheriff's department. So I would imagine, I don't think that scale is special to the city of Lawrence.
And if a municipal court judge in Baldwin sentences a DUI suspect to 2 days in jail, they're going to pay the same rate as our judge sending someone 2 days in jail.
I believe that is the case. And to your point, a large portion of those fees that we pay have to do with, somebody has a failure to appear and then is remanded to a court to stay until there's a court date, or they serve a sentence that's, a court-ordered sentence at that point. That's when those fees start to climb.
I'm not sure and we think maybe we have the meeting. We'll talk about it, but I needed to get some clarification. And approximately how much are we spending?
2025, I believe the number is 1.7 million.
That's actual? You don't know? I mean,
I
that's
believe that is
probably
actual.
unaudited. Yeah.
In 2025. And again, I tell you, the custodial arrest numbers are under 2021's numbers.
Okay. I appreciate the information, I'm sure. Circle back. And then really one quick question, Ally. Of course, I believe this is the case, but when we were talking about MSO reducing positions, those are obviously, was that, looking at this, just the general fund portion, obviously, because that's all we're covering right now? Do you know what I'm saying?
When we showed like the +7, is that?
Yeah, and then when we were talking about the reductions, the recommended reductions, MSO.
Yes. The potential 2027 reductions, yes.
Okay. That was what I needed. I think I'm good for now.
I have two more things. I'm going to ask this like a philosophy question. How much money is brought in from 1 mil in 2027?
We don't know yet.
We're estimating about approximately 1.6 million.
1.6 million. And is it fair to say that 1 mil affects renters and homeowners in Lawrence? That's just how that money, that it goes down to those, it doesn't go to anybody from outside of the community. It only affects the community.
Yes.
So, we're going to have a discussion where we're putting a sales tax on the ballot. If we had a 0.1% sales tax increase, would that come from not only this community, but also from outside of the community to help fund that?
In theory, yes.
And from the questions, that'd be 2.5 million. And so I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying we should do this, but, one thing to do is, could we offset a mill by a 0.1% sales tax increase that would affect people from outside of this community could chip into, and it wouldn't just be a mill which would affect everybody in town?
Well, I would say the one part about that is we can only issue a 1 cent sales tax for general fund purposes, which we have. Everything else has to be a special purpose tax, only good for 10 years. So it's a little, so you could do it for some things, but it's hard to say, let's hire, police officers or the sales tax for 10 years.
Right.
And then you might not get refunded, and then you're laying people off. So the state law does not allow us to raise the general fund above the 1%. Is that correct? Am I right on that number? So we can't just raise it for anything. That's why we only have the special assessments.
Yeah.
So we could do like an infrastructure one.
Yeah, could we
obviously,
pay for Station
pay
6?
for certain
Yeah, and
stuff out of infrastructure. Yes, you could have, a sales tax to pay for a fire station. You can have a sales tax to pay for transit. But again, it only lasts for 10 years, which is a risk of those sorts of things.
But that would pay for the whole building.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Depending on how much we take in. I think we also have to remember, we could, I think in theory, yes, you can say that apportionment of the sales tax will go towards this thing, banking on the fact that you don't have a dip in your sales tax projections. So we could have a year where we do 4.5, and then the next year we do 2.5 or 3. So your numbers are going to be off. So how do you make up that gap? It's just adding. I'm not saying you're solving. I'm just saying that's something to think about when you think about those sales tax pieces. Is that I think you've heard it from other previous commissioners. Sales tax, taxes are regressive. So
no, 100%
you have to keep that in mind with something like that.
Yeah. But I would say it's a little less regressive now that they don't.
Yes.
They don't charge groceries.
Yeah, right.
Well, we charge groceries, but the state doesn't.
we got that little piece.
And with the 15th largest Costco about to open.
Yes. So no, that's always a fair point when you're talking about revenues.
And then, Casey, my last question was for you, that thing we talked about. Remember you talked about that program that you got a gold star or award on where you found $300,000 worth of savings, something like that. Could you talk about that? Because, if we're not doing that, if somebody in the city finds $300,000, I'll come to their house and barbecue. Seriously.
Yes, so we have, it's called a LEAP Award, and it's an employee recognition program where people can nominate people that go above and beyond and do things. And the example I gave was a radio project that I worked on long ago with a member of the police department, where we found a way to renew our contract that resulted in some significant savings. So we have a program still to this day that recognizes employees who do those things to encourage innovative ideas, cost efficiencies, those sorts of things. Am I getting at your question?
Yeah, no, 100%. And so is that something that's pushed? How? I could imagine you could have a kind of like competitive thing where it's like, MSO versus police, like who can save the most amount of money? And maybe there's not like a financial, bonus for that, but maybe there's like a day off. Maybe there's more like food or ice cream trucks or something like that.
Yeah, I think those are good ideas. I think the scope or the number of large cost-saving items like that, I'm not sure how many of those are in the organization, but those are good ideas. And yeah, I think we continue to always try to find ways to encourage employees to bring those ideas forward. I will say that a lot of our folks say, that's just my job. Like, and so, they don't highlight the things. And that's something we need to do a better job of, is recognizing when employees do that, because, they won't toot their own horns. They'll just say, I listened to a conversation today talking about coffee creamer. I didn't buy coffee creamer because I just bought my own from home because I didn't want to spend city tax dollars on that. So again, probably not what you're getting at. It's late.
No, but that's a great, great way. Every little bit helps. That's it. Okay, now I'm really done.
No, that's good. So I guess the question, Casey, is what are you looking for us? I mean, this discussion has a preliminary budget, and then earlier you said, but my budget might have these reductions, I guess. What are you looking at
we're
from
2
us?
weeks out from having the recommended budget in front of you all. So unless I hear otherwise, based on previous conversations and, what I've heard, what Ally put on this discussion slide is what's likely going to be in my recommendation to you all. So if this doesn't align with what you're expecting, I'd appreciate knowing it now so that we can bring you a recommended budget that's closer. I don't know, one of you said, we're going to have lots more conversations about this. And so the recommended budget is just, the staff's recommendation. Then it's turned over, that's the statutory requirement for a city manager, is to recommend a budget. I turned it over to you all, and you all discuss with the community, how'd we do? Did we align with your priorities? If we didn't, where do we need to make those changes? So yeah, that's the direction that we're looking for on those specific bullet points. And then anything else, I appreciate the vice mayor offering up, from his balancing act perspective, here are the programs that he would be willing to look at. If there are other ones that the rest of you have, it doesn't have to be all mill levy, or no mill levy. If we want to have conversations about a mix. At the end of the day, when I talk about budgets with folks, I say it is kind of a math problem. You can add revenue, you can reduce expenditures, or you can do some combination thereof. So those are not easy conversations. I'm not trying to minimize that, but at their simplest form, that's the direction that we're looking for. What is that math problem that you want us to solve for?
Well, I will say I'm interested in this funding option we've come up with spreading out the fire, if that's consistent with our agreement with the county. I want to be cautious of that, I still have a lot of questions about the market. About the pay questions, as much as I just want to continue to think about the pay study, but, I could see myself supporting something, like a 2%, not 2.5%. And just kind of, seeing how those work together to have a, between those two things alone, having the mill increase a little slightly less. But, I understand for the discussion purposes of what you recommend. And again, my belief has always been that, yes, obviously we're giving you direction, but on the flip side, we want your professional recommendation.
Right.
That's right. And so we should get that, even if we later disagree or we do something different.
We agree.
I want that. So again, those are a couple things, at least I'm thinking about. I also had a few things in the balancing act that had some smaller cuts and added a little bit back to police. But I think we have to, as a group, come up with something we can all agree with. And I don't think I had the alley or roads. Right at this moment, I can't remember what I
I
had.
didn't think the roads were going to get past you. I thought maybe the alleys. I mean, we're making progress on that, but maybe not
Yeah.
a 3, maybe a 2.
Yeah. But anyway, those are my thoughts at 11:30. 11:45. Commissioner Devo's on West Coast, so
Yeah.
time, it's not even 11:45 out there. It's early for Commissioner Devo.
Yeah, for once, I'm like, hey, what's going on?
You have any comments you want to add, though, since I've put you on the spot?
I agree, we need to take a hard look at, the costs of our employee and our labor pool. Obviously, it's a huge portion of our operational budget, and any small tweak we can make to that's going to have a substantial change to, how much money we need to collect next year. So I'm with the mayor. I'd like to see what it looks like on a smaller percentage increase from a payroll standpoint. And then also want to make sure we underscore the fact that we have to bundle the construction of the fire station and the funding of the operation thereof together, because I don't really want to do this piecemeal. And, this just doesn't seem like something from an operational standpoint and from a fiduciary standpoint that I want to be a part of. So I don't want to do any discussions about a fire station construction without funding for that station. And if that means a mill levy increase, that's fine. If it means cutting or reductions, I'm fine with that too. So I'm open to reductions in costs instead of raising the mill levy. And I submitted a budget in accordance with that statement for my treatment this year.
Any other comments at this point? We have more discussions. Anything?
Yeah, no, I mean,
Okay.
the market rate pay stuff, I mean, I don't know where I am on that. Like, since we only got it a day ago, I need to think more about that. I mean, I'm trying to balance, how do we make sure that we take care of our, people at the city, but at the same time, we have most amount of debt, most amount of people, and then we still have, we're not at the point where we're bringing in a lot of extra revenue. So balancing, all that together, I need to think about that for another week.
You have multiple weeks to think about it. But if you solve it in a week, let me know. Okay. Well, we'll pull that to a close then. And thank you all. Thank you all.
Tuesday, Wednesday meeting. Let's go.
What?
It's going to be a Tuesday, Wednesday meeting.
Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah. Okay. Well, I know we have.
A motion to extend to have any further conversation.
Exactly.
Motion to extend for 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes?
How many people want to speak in general public comment?
Yeah. Can we raise our hand? We got Eric. We got Dominique.
We have two.
15 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Motion to extend the City Commission meeting for 10 minutes.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second, I think. I can't do a second by Napoleon.
There you get.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Nay.
Opposed?
Aye.
Passes 4-1. Okay, just real quick, future agenda, calendar, anything to say?
There's one thing I want to see if we have a discussion on for an upcoming meeting. So I was talking to Jonathan from the Health Department. He wanted to come here to have a discussion about his analysis of vape stores, smoke shops in town. They've been doing some work on that. I would be interested in hearing that discussion from him, and I was hoping we'd have two other people who might want to come along for that.
I'm good with it.
You want a study session or you want to?
Yeah, I'm scheduled to meet with him in a couple of weeks.
I figure this probably has to do with ordinance 9946, so I imagine it might be, are you wanting him to bring back something, or we?
Just talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we start having that discussion, if he has something there, and then I guess we can talk about putting that on for a future meeting, whatever he has about that.
Okay. Is July work? I mean, because we've got the next two meetings in June, a little.
I mean, it could be end of August. I mean,
Yeah,
it
okay.
doesn't have to be any.
Yeah, I think at some point, yes, absolutely.
So if we do a work session, there's no action taken. So does he want there to be action? Because
I think he does.
The session I had with him, there was conversation around presenting a moratorium as it relates to tobacco retail license, and how it started with 9946 and how there are some provisions. So
I mean, I think if yeah.
Well,
I'm just trying to figure out, if we're going to give direction.
if we're going to take a vote, obviously we need a regular agenda. If we're just going to give direction for them to come back, I mean, my guess is we'd only be giving direction because he wouldn't have even if we wanted to do a moratorium, he wouldn't draft it. Tony or someone would have to come back to us. So I think a work session's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on the agenda or the calendar?